Day 24 of the war, and Trump continues to publicly beg for a way out of the war and claims he has achieved it. So the latest thing he is obviously trying to get out of is a 48-hour deadline for the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, which of course will not be met. And of course, Trump will not do anything in response to the fact that it's not met. But he is still making threats and still negotiating. Apparently, he's negotiating with somebody who he thinks will be the next supreme leader. According to reports, it's the chairman, the speaker of the parliament. But yeah, this is a part of the deal when you have Trump as president. Even if he's doing the right thing, he's probably doing it for the wrong reasons, and he will try to find a way to do the wrong thing, which is more compatible when you have the wrong reasons. Anyway, yeah, that continues. Israel and the U.S. do continue operations in Iran, which are as intense as Trump's latest whims. So sometimes they're intense, sometimes not so much. Israel is still under constant bombardment from Iran and much more so from Lebanon. One person was seriously injured today. We're going to talk about all that and much more. And of course, we will go to Cuba, not physically, but we will talk about the people who are in Cuba and and anti-Semitism in the UK. Anti-Semitism in the UK is going to be our first topic, and we are joined by Manik Govinda, who is an arts writer and curator here in the UK. Manik, thank you for joining us. Okay, so specifically, we wanted to talk about this protest that you were involved in outside the Guardian's offices after this op-ed about a week and a half ago, an op-ed that had, as part of it, had a complaint of sorts about the fact that Gale's Bakery, which is a chain of bakeries here in the UK, has already been under attack for some sort of supposed connection to Israel. They opened a branch somewhere. Is it Archway, the branch?
Yeah, in Archway, North London.
In Archway in North London, and it was 2 doors down, apparently, from a Palestinian cafe, which this op-ed described the opening of Gale's Bakery as an act of high street aggression. Do you want to give us a bit more of the background for the article and for the protest?
Yeah, sure. So just to say that I wasn't one of the organisers, I was planning to be in London that day, so I thought I would join the protest outside the Guardian headquarters in King's Cross. So that was on Wednesday last week, I believe, if I recall. And just to go back about Gale's Bakery, it has about 200 stores or bakeries, cafes across the UK now. So it's a hugely, it has had an exponential growth, and I've known it since around this period of lockdown, around 2020 or so. I used to frequent the one in West Dulwich when I lived in London, in South London. And just to give some background for people who don't know, but it started up by an Israeli businesswoman, Gail Magia. I think that's how you pronounce her name. And she moved to London in 1978. So it started off as a bakery selling high quality bread to high-end London restaurants. So it wasn't a public store at that time. But then other partners came in, and the first public store, public bakery, opened in 2005 in Hampstead, North London. 2 of the 3 founders are Israeli, or are Israeli, but then since 2021, the majority ownership of the company is owned by Bain Capital. And Bain Capital is a private US investment firm. And it's, as I mentioned, Gale has grown exponentially with 200 stores and an estimated value of about £500 million. So a very successful company, but it's kind of a USP, its unique selling point is that it's it tries to still strive to be a very local store. It sources a lot of its ingredients and its food stuff from kind of small independent businesses, and the quality is high, the bread is superb, the food is very good. So I've always, had a great admiration for Gales, and when I go to London, I tend to normally pop in and get a good coffee and a good pastry or a good pastrami sandwich. So what's in North London, in Archway, a new branch opened recently, and as you mentioned, Rosie, it's not far from a cafe, an independent cafe owned by a Gazan owner, I believe, or Palestinian, and the Guardian. I mean, there were protests. Sorry, just to go back a bit. There were protests when the store opened, but not peaceful protest. It was violence, not in the sense of attacking individuals, but the shop was vandalized, the windows were smashed, it was graffitied upon with all kinds of accusations of being a Zionist store and having connections to Israel. Bain Capital allegedly invests in Israeli tech and cybersecurity. I've not investigated that to know whether that is true or false, but so what? I have no problem with that. That's for the benefit not only of Israel but for most of civilization, I would say. And the vandalism was pretty heinous. It was trying to kind of use two acts, I suppose, a sort of two-pronged attack. One, that it's gentrifying the area of Archway and killing off smaller businesses. So this idea of this huge corporate bakery taking over and putting smaller business out of operation, perhaps. But also, that the protesters alleging that well, firstly, it was founded by an Israeli woman, so that's true. It did have Israeli investors, and Bain Capital is a US investment firm. So it hits all the buttons for these protesters. And what I think they found surprising, though, is there's an organisation called Our Fight. I'm not a part of it, but I support it hugely. Organised a counter-protest at Gales and defended the bakery. And then The Guardian, about a week ago, last weekend, a journalist called Jonathan Liu, who's normally a sports journalist. I think he writes about soccer. So he's obviously expanding his journalism, and he wrote a pretty horrendous hit piece against Gales, and he was pitching it against the independent Palestinian cafe, who, to be honest, didn't seem to have a big problem about Gales opening a few stores down the shop, even though they're staunchly pro-Palestine. The interview did say that actually the cafe, again, if one thinks about a competitive market, that the only way that they're going to be that they are seen as competitors is really through pricing. So if people choose to go to Gales, they're not going to stop people, and if people choose to go to the Gazan cafe, all well and good for their business. So that's what High Street's about consumer choice. But the protesters really did stir things up. I think pitting one against the other. I think the Guardian kind of almost described Gale as some kind of capitalist predator, but also that it is has a Israeli Jewish connection, and actually trivializing the the violence against the shop, the vandalism, the attacks on the shop, and putting people who work there at risk. If you work in Gales, I think you'd find that a bit scary, for violent protesters and physical attacks on the store. The journalist, the Guardian journalist, described the vandalism as small acts of, I forgot the phrase now, I should have wrote it down, but it trivialized the attacks on the store, almost justifying the attacks, I would say. There's been a massive protest against it.
Even calling it an act of high street aggression. I mean, aggression is something you defend yourself against, right? So that it's more than trivializing; it's even justifying. But I do want to just correct you. Jonathan Liu isn't expanding what he was previously doing, because he had used his writing on sports to push anti-Semitic messages before, when Aston Villa and the local Muslim leadership in that part of Birmingham decided that they were going to not allow the Jewish team to play there under any circumstances, including making up really blood libel after blood libel, including accusations that Maccabi fans were somehow the violent ones in Amsterdam, where the attackers actually recorded themselves saying we're going on a Jew hunt before they went on said Jew hunt, and claiming that Maccabi fans were violent in a 2023 match against West Ham, which never happened. There was no such match. He very much participated in that. There's a piece by him about there's a piece by him titled "Standing with Maccabi's Football Hooligans Against Local Police. Is that what patriotism looks like now?" So even then, he was, doing his best to explain that violence against Jews is actually somehow a form of self-defense.
Well, that's highness then. I didn't dig further into his background of writing. I'd never heard of him until the piece that he wrote about Gales, and so that's very insightful. I think that, again, the Guardian, which was supposed to be a kind of left-leaning liberal newspaper, is it's producing a lot of highly anti-Semitic content, and specifically anti-Zionist, anti-Israel reporting content. So that's yet another case. I think that someone could just write articles after articles on each Guardian feature or reportage. That's horrendous.
So do you want to tell us more about the protest itself and the organization that organized it, and then we can talk also about, we talked, was it Friday or Thursday, we talked about doing this, and since then there have been several additional significant anti-Semitic incidents. No,
you're quite right. It's been an awful week, actually, in terms of anti-Semitic incidents in the UK. Getting back to the protest, so Our Fight, who, like I said, I'm not an active participant in the campaign, but they're very good people, comprising mainly non-Jewish people who stand with Jews and stand with Israel. So commendable organisation, and so they're very good because they respond quite immediately and very effectively. So they put a they protested outside the Guardian headquarters last Wednesday, and I was planning to be in London that day, so I attended it. So it was a lunchtime protest, and it was peaceful. It was it got a message across very well, and it was probably about 20, 30 or 30 to 40 people there. So for a lunchtime on a midweek, it's very good, and a wonderful range of people attended, of all ages and races, and Jewish and non-Jewish. So the key questions, well, the message that we're putting across is that we are here again. This is a bit like 1933 Germany, where the rise of the National Socialist Party was starting to call for a boycott of Jewish businesses and Jewish shops. So it drew very effective parallels, and I think these are real parallels. While there's not you can never say that there will never be a pogrom in the UK, but my God, there may well be one day. And it was a lunchtime protest. They came with bags of Gale's croissants. They offered it to the Guardian staff, and they just did some nice little interventions, quoting particular phrases from the Guardian article and writing it onto the Gale's stall bags that they were handing out to people. And I thought it was a very good article, good protest, because, as I mentioned, I think it was just calm and controlled, with a clear message, and no acts of violence, no acts of vandalism, no acts of hate.
So a few weeks ago, I was in the building where the Guardian offices are, for an event, a Jewish Book Week event with Michael Gove and Zoe Strimple. Did you see the tweet by Zoe Strimple a couple of days ago?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's one I've been following quite closely, being an arts writer and curator, and an artist who I'll try and reserve my dislike for him in a more civilized.
You don't have to reserve your dislike. I'm sure nothing you're going to say is going to be more harsh than when we talked about him yesterday on this show.
He's an odious character, Matthew Collins. He's, inverted commas, an artist. He creates drawings, color drawings of using the worst anti-Semitic tropes to attack Israeli and Jewish individuals, to attack artists who have nothing to do with the war, and but because they don't talk about it, he will actually attack them for not talking about it. So pretty famous artists like Kerry James Marshall, who's a brilliant African American painter. He created a piece saying that, why does Kerry James Marshall not talk about the inverted commas genocide, of Palestinians? And he has nothing to do with the conflict, And so he does these hits on established figures, but also less established figures. And two of my friends have been part of these kind of visual hits where he's created drawings of them and sells it. So, but describing them as pro-Zionist or Zionists. So he's a highness character, and the exhibition in Thanet, which is a local authority in Essex, highlighted as part of their kind of tourist attraction. Every district is trying to encourage visitors, and as a visitor attraction to his exhibition, which opened last week, and so that kind of complicitness between the public authority and pretty nondescript, independent, private-owned gallery in Essex, which is vehemently anti-Israel, and so they gave him the space to have an exhibition, and I look at his work on social media, and it displays more of an ugliness within his psyche. I think there's a kind of uh, uh, an ugliness in the work, but he kind of he projects this ugliness onto Israel and Israel supporters and Zionists. And the tropes he uses are very much similar to the kind of Nazi tropes that were used in Nazi propaganda against Jews. The caricaturizing that goes on, the comparing the IDF to the SS. So it's he's a very, very unpleasant individual. And when you confront him, whether that's online or in real life, as Zoe Strimple did when she went to the exhibition, he really does attack you. Well, not physically, but he will gaslight you. He will say this is not anti-Semitic, and he kind of gets away with it because while he's not explicitly Jew-hating, he uses all the tropes of Jew hate, anti-Semitic tropes to say his attack is on Zionism and Zionists and the state of Israel.
So we have lost Razi, but he should be back in a second. But yeah, to what you were saying, Manic, and yesterday we showed some of the art, or I guess so-called art, and a lot of it just, I think almost like half the images were simply showing Netanyahu controlling Keir Starmer as a puppet,
Yeah.
or something like that. And that's I mean, Jews controlling things is one of the biggest like stereotypes or like tropes, right?
Absolutely, he perceives a Zionist lobby controlling everything. Yes, his attacks on Netanyahu is not about his policies or strategies, which maybe could be valid to criticize. He sees him as the bogeyman, as the evil kind of evil genius, or evil shifty kind of dictator or something. And that's his caricatures are pretty disgusting. They're quite obnoxious, and like you said, he plays all the classic kind of anti-Semitic narratives of Jew control, of Israeli being the puppet master, and particularly Netanyahu, and that yes, that even probably Trump is a puppet, and Keir Starmer's a puppet, and every other Western leader who might have, even if they're not wholly supportive of Israel, but Keir Starmer I think he's a bit spineless, in terms of how he did what, he's sitting on the fence in so many issues around Israel, and
Well,
sometimes actually more than that. Yeah.
yeah, I mean the closest Keir Starmer has done on any front to anything looking like him having a spine and a position on something is the fact that his response to the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust was to recognize statehood for the people committing the massacre, and so yeah, that the form of anti-Semitism that we see today, a lot of it, there's the left I think is pretty much united at this point in hatred of Jews, and the right, at least in the U.S., there's a big and growing faction of Jew haters, and they will actually use the word Jew, whereas on the left they'll use the word Zionist, but
Mm-hmm.
everything that follows is identical,
Yeah.
and they will dangle some token Jews in front of everybody at some points to say, look, we're not anti-Semitic. But yeah, with this guy, he uses there's not originality either. There's we've seen this specific type of anti-Semitism. What I don't know if we've seen exactly is, and I'm going to ask you this as somebody who does work in art. Do you have anything to say about the quality of his paintings?
Oh,
Leaving aside the message,
yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, there's a kind of disturbed psyche, and the work is very ugly, and maybe that's. But even when his work is not around Gaza or Palestine or Israel or Netanyahu and Zionist domination, global domination, the work is still dreadful. It's pencil drawings. There's nothing tender. There's nothing beautiful about them. They're very simplistic. They're very caricatured. They're not even. He was an art critic before he became an artist, so he was a very well-known TV art critic, actually. Matthew Collins in the 90s and the 2000s, early 2000s. He was on television frequently talking about contemporary art and modern art. He's written books and so forth. I actually had one of his books called "It Hurts," and then when he went, into this hyperdrive of Jew hate, I decided I won't even give it to a charity shop. I actually threw the book in a bin and went off for recycling. Maybe it should have just gone to landfill, but it went straight into the garbage. I was so disgusted, and I think why people fawn about his work. Even some well-known art critics who are obviously his friends or friends would talk about that he should have won the Turner Prize and he should have been, he should get major exhibitions in museums, because currently his exhibitions are in these small, independent, kind of hipster galleries in London and elsewhere. He sells his work, I suppose, within the art market. It's very affordable, it's in the low hundreds, but he kind of, he could produce drawings after drawings. He doesn't kind of give any kind of nuance to anything. It's very ugly art. I would never, even if I was sympathetic to his thoughts, I would never want it on my wall. It would give me nightmares. It would just disturb me in the sense of being so unpleasant. Yeah.
When you said affordable, I'm thinking, define affordable. Like, if you compare it to art, paying hundreds of dollars or hundreds of pounds for that is almost as disturbing to me as actually drawing something like that.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I'll get to the super chats in a bit, but Paul in the chat says, "My cat drew something better in his litter just now. Can I display that?" If what your cat drew is somehow going to inspire Jew hate, probably you can display that in some place. There was some symbolism to Zoe having experienced this 2 days ago and tweeting about it, and then last night we heard what happened in Golders Green, where ambulances were set on fire, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's like, what a week. There's not a day that doesn't go by without some kind of shocking story. And the attack on the burning of 4 ambulances, which is run by a Jewish charity called Hatzola, and they provide emergency services to both Jews and non-Jews in North London. They're kind of there's a great goodwill that is behind the whole thing. I never heard of them until the attack, the horrendous, anti-Semitic, and it's a terrorist attack. Whether it's organised terrorism or not, it's an act of terror. And thankfully, no one was killed or hurt. That's a great relief. But it's a horrific act to attack ambulances, which are symbols of saving people, saving lives, of helping people with free emergency transport to hospitals for the community. It's a disgusting act, and I think we're hearing Keir Starmer and West Streeting kind of standing up publicly about this, but they, you could say that the government kind of has allowed this to happen in many ways, while not endorsing it. So it feels too little, too late for the British government to suddenly stand with the Jewish community. And I was looking at their Instagram page, Hatzola's Instagram page, and there was Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, there with them, standing shoulder to shoulder back in 2021 or 2020, at the time of the COVID pandemic. And he was talking about what a brilliant service they are and so forth, but his kind of position on Israel, his position on not being vocal about the attacks on Jewish businesses, contributes to this kind of violence. And it's what we're seeing is an accumulation, this kind of increased accumulation of Jew hatred, of anti-Semitism, and you kind of feel that if the government would take more decisive action against anti-Semitism, that might make a bit of a difference. But what surprises me is that if it was, let's say if it was anti-Christian terrorists who attacked St. John's Ambulance, which is another voluntary ambulance service run by volunteers, and they tend to provide first aid support and so forth at festivals and events and what have you. And it's an equivalent. I think there is some kind of equivalence there, but most people seem to almost just shrug their shoulders and go, "Yeah, it's horrible," but they move on. It's like, who in the non-Jewish majority communities are supporting London's Jews and the UK's Jewish communities? It's yet another horrendous thing, and we do need to condemn it. More than condemn it, we need to stand shoulder to shoulder. So there's a great donation page there, and I think they've already raised about £750,000 within less than 12 hours. So let's hope that the great thing about the Jewish community is that they will never be crushed. They will rise and be more resilient and strong.
Yes, although I don't think attempts to crush the Jewish community are going anywhere. What do you think the future looks like in Britain as far as attitudes towards Jews? There's attitudes from different directions. There's the Muslim community's attitude towards Jews. There's the wider, let's call it pro-Palestinian, although I don't think they actually care about any Palestinians. They mostly hate Israelis in Israel. But and the acceptance of it more broadly. Labor, Keir Starmer, we've talked about this a few times on these streams. Keir Starmer came in and took over Labor and really actually did get rid of a lot of the anti-Semitism that was there, that was rampant under Jeremy Corbyn. But as I've said whenever we discuss this, I don't think this is out of some ideological opposition to anti-Semitism, because I don't think Keir Starmer is ideological about anything. Back then, anti-Semitism was less marketable, whereas now it's not seen as much of a problem. So yeah, what do you think the future holds?
Yes, obviously he did purge the Labour Party of some despicable characters. Matthew Collins was one of them, actually, because he did try to stand as a candidate around the Jeremy Corbyn era. He's a real Corbynista. So yes, the likes of Jeremy Corbyn and so forth are out. There's a much more pragmatic Home Secretary who seems to be doing some better things in terms of taking greater action against uncontrolled immigration, or particularly illegal immigration, and the just dreadful, just not well, people who are abusing systems, the asylum system and refugee systems. So that's, some possible things. But I do think, and a friend of mine said, well, Stalmer's wife is Jewish, so he can't be anti-Semitic, but I think he's not explicitly anti-Semitic. I think we need to be careful about pushing the term too far. But he's spineless. He doesn't want to lose the Muslim vote, and the Muslim vote is very strong. It's a bigger population, than the Jewish community. So he will then bend over backwards to appease the Muslim community and particularly the Muslim activists and the spokespeople, like the Muslim leaders of Great Britain, or the Muslim leaders of Britain, and we can see that immediately. Like while there's no Islamophobia in the statute book, we do seem to have an Islamophobia narrative through the back door, through the anti-Muslim hostility definition and guidance, which is completely unnecessary. And we're already seeing an MP who criticised the mass prayer at the end of Ramadan in Trafalgar Square, which is an unsettling symbol, and the mainly Muslim MPs, politicians, are calling for an investigation into his alleged Islamophobia, and that's what the anti-Muslim hostility guidance is going to do. It is going to censor people, and that connection with Iran at the moment, what's going on. Obviously, day 24 of the war. We are seeing a convergence of the left, the kind of Muslim fundamentalists, and even maybe not fundamentalists, and pro-Iranian regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran. People being sympathetic to them because they see the war being commandeered again, by Israel, and that maybe even, I think I've read this here and there on various social media platforms, that even Trump is a puppet of Netanyahu, and things like that. And this convergence is, I think, we have to stand up against it, draw the links intellectually and through analysis between these, highness kind of forces, of which they see Jews as a #1 enemy, and they are willing to support, a sort of fascist theocracy, and regard that Trump is more evil than the Islamic regime of Iran, than the Ayatollahs and the IRCG. It's a narrative that's really worrying me.
By the way, Iranian communists joined forces with the Islamists to get rid of the Shah, and I'd say, today's leftists should probably ask them how it went, but they can't because they're mostly dead now, because that is the consistent version of that ideology. That's what it leads to. But yeah, as you mentioned, it is the hatred of Jews, kind of, and any disagreement doesn't matter as long as people hate Jews. That seems to be more and more a consensus view here in this country, unfortunately.
Unfortunately so. And within the arts and the cultural sector, just recently the Venice Biennale is going to open this summer, the biennial, and there's already 200 artists who've signed an open letter of protest to urged the organisers of the Venice Biennale to not include Israel. Israel is included in the Biennale, but to boycott Israel, to not have any representation in the Biennale. So that's happening. There's also a lot of people, artists who are getting into positions of power, who we know, well, positions of influence or decision making. So open competitions, art competitions. You look at the selection panel and you go, well, that particular person is horrifically, kind of anti-Zionist and anti-Israel. And actually, some of the things they post is almost pro the Iran regime, because they're saying stop the wall. There's no this idea of being a pacifist in this situation is a camouflage, I think, because the hatred is greater for Trump than it is for the Ayatollahs.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we talked about here is the protests that we have in London, and I always see one of the organizations organizing them is I think always inappropriately named Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, which has always been against for nuclear disarmament here, but not for nuclear disarmament of countries that might actually use nukes. And now they're protesting against a war that is meant to stop an Islamic theocracy from getting a nuclear weapon. And by the way, as in one of their posters, they justified it by saying no to nuclear hypocrisy. So, yeah.
Yes, and I've seen some. I mean, my Jewish artist friends, and who need a lot of support. They're feeling pretty isolated, and so for me, as a non-Jewish arts writer, consultant, mentor, I feel that I will give my what I can offer, not only in terms of support, but talking about their work and giving crits and so forth is really important for a young Jewish artist. The things they show me, someone's having. So again, it will be allowed to happen because they're not using the words, Jew-free. So we call it apartheid-free exhibition. We're having an apartheid-free exhibition. We're having a genocide-free exhibition. You know who they're targeting through that language. It's positively Orwellian how this sort of double speak is happening when they actually mean Jews.
Manik, thank you so much for joining us. Where can people find more from you and more of your work?
Yeah, thank you. So my handle on X is Manick62, MANICK 62. That's my X handle, and I have a Substack, so it's just under my name, Manik Govinda. So you can find me there. I'm trying to do more writing.
I'm muted. Yeah, we'll put those in the description. Thanks again, Manik, and thank you for standing up against this evil, unfortunately, in this country and beyond. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Razi. It's good to see you again after 3 or 4 years in Warsaw.
Which might be the place we all end up running away to eventually, ironically, but which is what they say they want. Go back to Poland as the.
Yes.
But I'm not planning to go anywhere. If someone wants to send me somewhere, they can come try. All right.
Okay, Razi. Thank you very much. Bye.
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 Okay, let's. Daniel, you join when you can, and I will see if there are any news updates. And again, there are news updates from the UK, so I do want to talk more about both the issue with what happened at that gallery and what happened overnight in North London when ambulances were burned in a terrorist attack that many say has looks like it's IRGC, some organization. Daniel, I don't know if you remember their name, but some organization took responsibility, and it's the same organization that took responsibility for the terrorist attack against the Jewish community in Amsterdam a couple of weeks ago. So each one of these attacks, again, a reminder, first of all, of how necessary this war is and finishing the job in this war is. And also a reminder that even if we beat the enemy abroad, we still have the enemy at home to deal with. Daniel.
Yeah, I don't think I have much to add here. Yeah, I'd probably leave it at that for now.
Okay. Let me go see if there are additional news updates. Yeah, in Israel, I don't know how in Israel, like among decision makers, how they deal with the Trump whims that again may or may not be serious every time he does this, but he did issue a warning. He issued an ultimatum, a 48-hour ultimatum, and then he walked it back without it being met. And in somewhere, maybe in his imagination, he doesn't look like he chickened out again. I don't know how that's possible. You say 48 hours or else. Where is it? What's going to happen? I don't know. I don't know how to even look at this. So now he's saying we won't bomb anything energy related for 5 days, and then if talks don't go well, we will bomb them to smithereens or whatever he said. He's talking to somebody. Is this person in any way responsible for anything? Can he negotiate? Who knows? Do the Iranians themselves even know who's deciding what? Is he able, if he comes to a deal with Trump, which again, I'm asking this question in terms of information, it's not an evaluative question, because of course I don't want any deal with any of these people. Can this guy get all the people launching rockets to stop? Like, does he have that kind of power? Does he have the power to defund the terrorist organizations? There are big questions here. But again, let's always put it in the context that I think this channel has been the best on the internet and beyond at doing this, recognizing that Trump is a loose cannon, not an ideologue, and not a person who can be trusted to do the right thing, as somebody who has done the wrong thing on more occasions than not, and whose policies domestically are as anti-American as can be. And within that context, he is the one president in the last 50 years who has said, okay, this is enough, but not just said with his actions. This is a big enough issue that we are going to act militarily. So let's put that within that context. He was negotiating before he did this, and whether or not he meant it, we'll never know. But he did build up enough troops in the area to do what has been done for the past 3+ weeks. There is another aircraft carrier on its way. There are additional troops, ground troops, on their way. So everything we say should be within that context of, we don't know. We don't really want to know if Trump continues the war and finishes the job. I don't care that we have a few days of some discontent at his latest statements. But where is that? What's going on, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know what Trump is thinking. I don't know the way he considers things when he says that, let's say, the 48 hours. Like, was that a joke? Like, was that just maybe this time they'll believe me. Maybe this time they'll believe that I'm serious, and then they'll what? Like, I think there is also fundamental misunderstanding of what's happening. I think something that I've heard that was interesting was that, just remembering the last 12-day war, right? Iran attacked USA at the end of it, attacked American base, by letting them know it was going to happen. Like, Iran, and a lot of things that Iran does, it tells the West that it's going to do so. One, because it wants to show to its own people and to its like general sort of population or sort of states that I'm strong, Iran is strong, and we will be attacking the great Satan USA. But also, they don't really want to hurt USA because they don't really want a full-on blown out war. I think what's happening here is, I think Iran, to some extent, is actually scared that it might fall. I mean, we killed Ali Khamenei. I think for a little bit they were like scared. Okay, shit is going down. Like, we might actually like disappear as a regime. So now they're going just full on. You know, we are not going to tell USA what we are going to do. We're not going to like act as if we do not want to attack USA anymore. So I think Trump is basically thinking that we are still 1 year ago. That if he just threatens, if he just offers, gives some offers or gives some, statements, that Iran will basically back off and let America, let both sides basically walk away, which I think Iran doesn't think it can do, and I think it's logical thinking on the side of Iran. Like, there is no, I don't think they can just get away from this. Like, I don't think, let's say there is like a complete ceasefire, I don't think Iran is recovering from this anytime soon, and they know it. So I don't think even their goal is necessarily just to simply get a ceasefire, because I don't think it will. Especially like if you take Israel is just going to attack Iran whenever it needs to, without American support. Like, even if this ceasefire starts, let's say between America, Israel still has 3 years of Trump, where maybe Trump will not necessarily like always join in the war with Iran, but Trump has no desire to actually stop Israel from engaging. So I think Israel is in an incredible position. Iran is in terrible position, and I would even say America is in terrible position, or rather the current administration is, because there doesn't seem to be full-on sentiment to go in an all-in war with Iran, which is Trump's fault because he didn't prepare. Well, not just Trump's, every American president's fault for not preparing the American people for war with Iran that was going to happen, but also Trump, that he didn't properly prepare people for war. And he also cannot really pull out, because I mean, even if America pulls out, I don't know if Israel would, and I don't think Iran is opening up the straits if Israel is still going to attack it. So in a sense, Trump is in a position where, in a sense, from his perspective, like the only way out would be forcing Israel to actually commit to some sort of a peace with Iran. Again, with the goal of opening the Straits of Hormuz, because like the only other way to actually open the Straits of Hormuz is like a complete, like full-on war with Iran.
Yeah, that works for me. First of all,
I mean, it's a good thing. But I'm not necessarily sure if Trump is committed to that. That's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, he clearly isn't currently committed to that. Is he committed to that as a possibility down the line? That's another big question. But yeah, so first of all, I don't think Israel can just go attack Iran whenever it wants when Trump is president. Remember, in the 12-day war, Iran, after there was a ceasefire imposed on Israel by Trump, Iran kept firing and killed 4 Israelis in a missile attack. Israel was going to respond, and Trump on Truth Social said to Israel, "Turn those planes around now." And Israel didn't turn the planes around, but just went and bombed some empty building or some radar or something. So yeah, once Trump has made a deal with someone, that is their best. That is Trump's best buddy, and not, yeah. Okay, Roman Viking. Let's get to the super chats, but I'm going to start with Roman Viking's latest non-super chat comment. Roman Viking says we should judge Trump by his actions. He is currently transferring 5,000 Marines to the Middle East. They are escalating, not scaling back. Well, we should judge him by both. And that's what we're doing. Like I said, I hope we're going to be here, a year from now talking about how worried we were when Trump said this, but eventually he did the right thing. And it's a possibility. But it's also a possibility that he will say, not 5 days from now, but 5 minutes from now, oh, we've reached a deal. We have the second best leader in the world after Delcy Rodriguez, the chairman, the Speaker of the House in Tehran. So these are all possibilities, and I think people here know which one I prefer. Thank you, Shazbot, for the super chat. Shazbot quotes South Park episode "Make Love, Not Warcraft." That's the World of Warcraft one, right? Yeah, great episode. How do you kill that which has no life? I don't know the context here, but I remember the context in the episode, and it was great. It was a great episode. Roman Viking, thank you for the super chat. Roman Viking asks, Razi, has anything important happened in 1856? First of all, these are...
Didn't he say since?
Oh, since?
Oh, no. Okay. Never mind.
Well, it has neither the word since or in. I just filled in the word in. And these are... there's a rhetorical question there, but I don't know what it is. This is a James Valiant kind of thing. I actually Googled 1856 to see what happened then. I saw there was an Anglo-Persian War, and other stuff. But yeah, if it's not James Valiant year, you need to be more specific with me, especially when I have illness, brain fog. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super sticker. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker. And we are, I know you showed it, Daniel, but I missed it. How far are we from the goal? All right. Just over a fifth of the way, just under 80 pounds, 78, 78. Yeah.
Mike.
What?
Mike. Pence.
Mike. Is my mic what?
No, Mike Pence. I was giving you a hint.
Yeah. People were almost 80 pounds from the goal. Wow, I shouldn't do this show unwell. Anyway. Oh, Roman Viking says my YouTube name. Yeah, no, that's YouTube. YouTube does that on its own. I don't know why it gave me 1856, and I didn't even remember that that's what it is.
Because
yeah, Daniel hopefully will be joined by
Razi
somebody soon, and I can take some more painkillers and maybe have get myself up to 50. I have a video to watch. We have a few videos to watch, right? That might give me a moment.
Razi Ginsburg 1855 was taken, so that's why. I don't know. What do you want to watch?
I sent you some stuff. One of those.
Let's do this one. If I hear what a nothing in a suit, I'm gonna...
Oh.
It's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially. I totally understand why Will was saying that about Cuba. It's remarkable. The people's resilience.
He spent like 2 days there, so he could have enough time to go back to America to watch March Madness.
Is remarkable.
Wait, he's back in America now?
Yeah. I don't know if in this one already, but yeah, he is in America now.
I mean, there's like rolling blackouts that take place throughout the day, every day. all around the country, right? 11 million people. But today is a beautiful day out here.
Not for him. He was staying in a 5-star hotel that had a generator, so he had electricity all the time. And also he was using Starlink while being there, so supporting Elon Musk's venture. Which I think in my eyes is good, but probably not in his.
It's like 75 degrees, sunny. People are partying. People are partying in the fucking streets. I don't know if it's like an island mindset. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if that has something to do with it. I'm sure that has something to do with it, but like, they're just chilling. Like, it's incredible. It's truly one of my favorite places officially. I totally understand why Will was saying.
Oh, he's repeating.
Dude, you people don't get it. You don't get, like, with your Western rich lifestyles with like electricity and shit, how great poverty really is. Yeah, you should listen to Hasan Piker, who spent 48 hours in poverty, tell you how great it is, and then you should vote for whoever he tells you will bring that to this country. And of course, you should support countries where this happens. There's another clip of supposedly Hasan Piker's people that we're going to show at some point, but I have to say I don't necessarily see in the video what's being claimed is happening in the video. It wouldn't surprise me if it's true, but we'll get to that later. Thank you. Are we getting to that now?
No. What did it say?
There's a video supposedly of his people like throwing candy to kids and making them dance for the candy.
That's I don't think that says on this. Is this a separate clip?
I don't know. Let's see what we have, and then we'll go to PC Super Chat.
I don't have anything else from Hasan.
Okay, then maybe I didn't send it to you. I'll find it, and then we'll play that. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, I went to Golders Green, saw the road cordoned off where the attack happened. Horrific. Will Keir wake up? No. Yeah, no, Keir tweeted, and he said he's, what was it? Appalled. It's not the British way of life, or some bullshit like that. I don't remember if those were the words, but it's all the same, and just, they replace it every time with some different variation on the exact same theme. Will mosques now have police going in there checking who's saying what and who's actually doing what, who's planning things? 100% no. When something like this happens, the response is we condemn anti-Semitism and homophobia and Islamophobia. That's what happens, and maybe homophobia as well. And of course, if somebody criticizes Islam, you are likely to end up in a jail cell at the very least for a little bit. So that is unfortunately the Britain that Keir Starmer wants and is successful in creating. And when I spoke to Manik Govinda earlier, he said that Keir is going after the Muslim vote, and he's not going to get the Muslim vote, because recognizing a Palestinian state is insufficient. First of all, he recognized it alongside Israel, but there are still diplomatic, economic relations with Israel. There's still an Israeli embassy here. Jews are still, alive, and that's unacceptable to, I would say, without a doubt, the majority of Muslims in this country. And yeah, that's. We talked about this, in the summer of 2024 when there was the election here, how Keir Starmer's Labour Party won with an overwhelming majority, like a massive majority. And, constituency by constituency, they did better. The only exceptions were constituencies with a large Muslim population, where they, in some cases, did worse. And the reason? Starmer wasn't pro-Hamas enough. He wasn't anti-Israel enough. He didn't go out there on October 7th and say, what a wonderful act of resistance. He, paid lip service to condemning it. So, yeah, we're definitely living in Keir Starmer's Britain, but and it's a Keir Starmer who appeases Muslims and the worst elements among the worst Muslims in order to get their votes, that he never will. He actually, in some ways, I know people will get offended by this, but in some ways he reminds me of the state of Israel that goes out of its way to appease. It's not the same, because the state of Israel has many redeeming qualities and Keir Starmer has none. but Israel goes out of its way to appease the people who say, we hate you, we want you all to die, we want to see the job that Hitler started completed, even if they don't use those words. That is what they say. They say it in different words and mean the same thing, like from the river to the sea, and globalize the Intifada, which, we want that happening to Jews everywhere. And Israel, will go out of its way to say, look, no, we're not committing a genocide. Look, 3,000 calories per Palestinian in humanitarian aid, and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not automatic that Britain has to appease a certain population that goes against, I think, its fundamental values. Israel has its Arab population. Israel has its Muslim population. That is also politically not really going in a way that is, I'd say, beneficial towards the country. If you have the Arab parties in Israel, they are either communist or they are Islamist for the most part. Not good. But generally, people just don't engage. Like, you don't have Netanyahu trying to appease the Arab parties. Now, you might have some of the more leftist parties trying to appease them, but thankfully, most people don't really go for that, and instead go for something that sustains the country. Actually go for something that is at least somewhat defending the state of Israel. And you don't... And I think, like, I'm just trying to, like, look at the demographics in Britain, but doesn't Israel, as a percentage of its population, have more Muslims than even the UK? So, like, again, this is not like an automatic thing that, like, Starmer or like these people on the left, like, have to appease these people. They do it, and they destroy themselves because of it. Let me quickly look it up.
In the meantime, I will read out the super chat.
Only like, okay, never mind. If people say they are not religious in the UK, could it mean that they are also Muslim? Like, do some people not confess? Because like Britain has a 38% like non-religious population. I'll be really surprised if that actually means 38% atheist.
How many are Muslim?
6%.
That sounds right.
Okay, so yeah, like 6% of your, and that's just population, right? So that doesn't even necessarily mean citizen or the people who are voting. So like these people shouldn't be calling the shots for like majority, like because if you take the parties that are currently like being very much influenced by the Muslim vote, we are talking Labour, we are talking Green Party, and we are pretty much calling like every single party that is on that side. It makes no sense. And again, that's a choice. That's not that, Muslims are controlling Britain. That's no, you want to appease anti-civilization, complete anti-Britain ideas. Or liberal democracy ideas, if you don't want to sound too much like reform or restore or whatever.
Thank you, Daniel, for the super chat. Daniel says, who are you calling a Harmuz? Do you know the reference? I might know the reference, but I am my brain is not functioning. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says it's been linked to a group attached to IRGC. Has it officially been linked? I mean, I've seen people say that, but and in either case, that's definitely something to look into. And the fact that Britain didn't look into this, the fact that Mujtaba had apartments overlooking the Israeli embassy with the ability to shoot at them is shocking. So yeah, Britain should recognize that it's at war, but that shouldn't be limited to Iran. It should be beyond that, because we should recognize that there is a problem here as well. Okay. Thank you, Ex Nihilo, for the generous super chat. Ex Nihilo asks, is Daniel located in the USA? I guess not, but a comment the other day gave me that impression. No, Daniel is located in Slovakia.
Whoa, don't stop doxing me. What comment? Sometimes I say we when I refer to America, and I should really stop that. Oftentimes I mean we, the Western world. But if I ever make comments like that, sorry for that.
And Daniel elaborates on the super chat saying, "I'm not just a reference comedian." Well, that's how we know you so far. But yes, I'm also not just a brain fog person, but I will be playing one on today's show, unfortunately. There were a few other comments that I wanted to read. PC says, "I prefer Maggie's Britain." Me too. That is long gone, unfortunately, and I don't see who can bring it. I mean, I do see who can bring it back, but yeah, she's not going to win, unfortunately, or it doesn't look like she's going to win. But yeah, Kemi is such an obvious choice if you look at the choices for prime minister of this country. Her party has some characters that I wouldn't trust, as far as I can throw. But yeah, given the options, I think it's a clear choice. I understand why people want to steer as clear as possible from both the Conservatives and Labor. But yeah, if she has 3 more years to fix the party and fix its image and work on her own image, because unfortunately, when you have somebody like Nigel Farage who can speak the way he can, the content of his words matters less because of how great an orator he is. Bonnie said, "Today's news is taking me back to the daily nightmare that ran from January 20th, 2025 until February 28th, 2026. We knew the odds were against us for it coming back, but who knows? Not knowing is the nightmare." Well, the not knowing nightmare is going to continue for 3 years, on everything. Like, there are things that we know Trump is going to be good on, and I think there are very few of those. Like energy policy, I doubt he will suddenly decide to go green. Okay, but actually, I think that might be it, right? that might be the only thing that you can be confident that Trump is going to do the right thing on. And there's yeah, there's so much that he is going to do definitely the wrong thing on. Let's hope this war is not one of them, even if he, along the way, does bad things. Somebody asks if Trump actually thinks he's doing, or cares what's going on, but or has was he successfully talked into it by people like Lindsey Graham? I don't know. But yeah, as Roman Viking said, Lindsey Graham seems to be on the right side of history on this. Absolutely. So who cares what got Trump there? I just hope it whatever it is, there's more of it where it came from.
I mean, somebody said Trump just believes whatever the last person he talked to said to him. And Netanyahu apparently has talked to Trump almost every single day for a long time. So, I guess take that. And I know it sounds crude, but we have to go by the evidence. And I just don't see any consistency when it comes to Trump that can be applied. Like I said, I as much as I'm great to see it, I still don't understand why is Trump at war with Iran. In a sense, it made no sense to me with everything else that is.
By the way, Xnilo says that he is in Sofia, Bulgaria, and now I'm wondering even more who he is, because I'm wondering if we met. I've been to Sofia a bunch of times. Love that place. But yeah, maybe one day we will find out. Okay, more news?
Well, I know one other person in Bulgaria, but I don't think that's the same person. Maybe it is.
Well, even if we know, we are not going to dox you and say your name if you don't want it said. There's a report that Benjamin Netanyahu has had a phone call about the war with J.D. Vance for the second time
Wait, who?
in 3 days. What?
Who?
Netanyahu and Vance have spoken about it for the second time in 3 days. They spoke about it apparently Saturday and now again today. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like Vance, and that's an understatement. But yeah, when defeatist attitudes are being expressed by Trump, and Vance is the guy talking to Netanyahu, I'm worried, but I'm already worried. So yeah, all right, Daniel, where? Hang on, let me see if some of the videos that I. Oh yeah, okay. I know we subjected people to this guy yesterday, and you're gonna see him on the screen again. But this clip does not include anything that he actually says. This is from George Galloway's show. I don't know if it's from yesterday because it looks like this is not what he wore yesterday. This was even the color of the thing on screen yesterday. But yeah, let's take a look at this clip.
Because we're not informed. There's a complete failure to understand that Gaza is the catalyst for the larger war that's now going to begin against Israel. Every Muslim country is going to come on board against Israel, along with Russia, along with China. I'd be surprised if Mr. Putin doesn't make it very clear to Mr. Netanyahu that if he contemplates using a nuclear weapon, he needs to understand something. If you do this, if you use a nuclear weapon against Iran or anyone in the Middle East, we will use a nuclear weapon against you. I'd be very surprised if he has not already said that. We don't understand what we've walked into because we're not informed. We still think this is 1991. Listen to the rhetoric. I'm ready for peace now. We've made our point. We hope the Iranians understand us and will make peace. Have you lost your mind? Beginning.
So many of these people, the terrifying thing that for me is when it's not some random, or not random, but some professor in Tehran on George Galloway's show, like we saw yesterday, but it's a retired senior official in the U.S. Armed Forces, and
Is
there's
Colonel Senior? I'm just trying to look it up right now.
while you look that up, because there was somebody else yesterday, right, that he talked to or talked about. I don't know if that guy was senior, but yeah, really pushing the talking points of the enemy at a time of war on a broadcast that is not officially not from an enemy country, but obviously for somebody who sides with the enemy. This is all the more reason, by the way, why it's a good idea to go to Congress and have a formal declaration of war, even though that's not done nowadays in our lifetime at all. It's a good idea because then people like this, can be looked into, can be sort of removed from our sphere for a bit. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, this man is poop. Which one? But I think it applies to both of them.
Yeah, so
Robin.
Colonel is actually what?
Robin asks, why does the one guy dress like a Batman villain? Yeah, yesterday we were told by Race that he looks like the guy from the Addams Family, and Race then sent me a picture, and I'm like, that's not fair to the guy from the Addams Family. But yeah, George Galloway has a very distinct style.
I'm wondering why I cannot find Colonel on like a normal, but apparently it's like below. Oh, because it's oh, never mind, because it's technically a different role. Yeah, it looks like it's below general, so yeah, it's pretty high, or brigadier general rather. So it's pretty high up. Requires usually decades of service. So that's crazy. I mean, that should be inspirational. Like, you can be dumb as rocks and still get although he is retired, so I mean, that's maybe a bit positive. Maybe I can look him up quickly just so we know a little bit more about him. But again, this is not a great thing about having knowledge in certain area is the fact that you can tell when somebody's talking shit. Like he says, all Muslim countries really, all Muslim countries will, like Indonesia is gonna come in and attack Israel. whatever Tajikistan is gonna come in and like attack Israel or join in, or even if we are talking about the region, what, like Jordan? Jordan's gonna go in and attack Israel right now, or Saudi Arabia? Like it's a joke. Like Arab countries couldn't unite what, like 5 times to actually destroy Israel and have failed each time, and what now they're going to finally like Arab country, like again, and this goes to like a history of Israel. Arab countries suspect each other that every other country is working with the state of Israel because of how much they're failing. King Abdullah of Jordan was suspected of having ties to the Zionist state for decades, and some of it was kind of true. But like there was there, so there was suspecting of Jordan a long time that it's working with Israel. So no, they're not going to unite because they suspect each other. They hate each other. And
Yeah, I mean, look,
and
what this guy.
this doesn't go. I'm not trying to debunk his point. What I'm debunking is his whole expertise on this conflict. Because if he doesn't even understand this simple concept, then he has no idea about anything in the Middle East.
Yeah, but this is not the content that they provide. This is like, and this is true of George Galloway's content in general, and certainly everything we saw in this clip is like Nazi porn of sorts. This is their fantasies, and he's playing the fantasy out, and he's trying to make it look a bit realistic. So he's like, okay, all the Muslim countries. So we've seen a bunch of Arab countries attack Israel a bunch of times and lose every time. In his fantasy, it's going to be all the Muslim countries. And so maybe they'll have more of a chance. But then I guess as he's building out this fantasy, he realizes even 100% of Muslim countries attacking Israel will lose that war to Israel. And then he's like, because Israel will eventually use nukes in such a war, right? That is inevitable if such a war happens. And then how do we get out of that situation? Well, Russia. And by the way, it goes back to show that these people know that it's always Russia. Ultimately, it was Russia that made Muslims a force, Muslim countries a force. It was Russia that invented Palestinianism, or at least heavily invested in the invention of Palestinianism. It was Russia who gave us Red China. It's Russia who gave us North Korea. Russia who gave us Vietnam. Again, doesn't mean that the U.S. definitely was right to fight all these proxy wars. I don't think it necessarily was, but these people at least acknowledge who it is that they're who their real masters are. And Galloway, I don't know. Again, I didn't know yesterday if it's if he's still pushing this, but he was pushing the Netanyahu's deadline, and he was on day one trying to push in response to the fact, which I'm sure he denied until Iran confirmed it, that the supreme leader was killed. He was trying to push that Israel Katz, Israel defense minister, was killed. So, yeah. Anyway. Kirk in the chat says Russia gave us the protocols of the elders of Zion. Yes, absolutely. A reminder that people should go watch Kirk's video on anti-Semitism, and a reminder that Kirk should join us on this stream, and ideally sooner rather than later, so that I can take a much needed break and make a cup of tea. But people remember and especially the people who we sometimes see in this chat who are like, yeah, we support Israel, but also Russia. That makes no sense. Russia, if it weren't for Russia, Israel's troubles would be long gone, and so would the rest of the world. Rest of the world's problems. Roman Viking says Israel orders destruction of all Litani river bridges in Lebanon. Yeah, this was a couple days ago. I don't know if I like that really, because I don't want the IDF to limit its own movement to the Litani River. I think there's a very strong likelihood that the IDF will need to operate in other parts of Lebanon, and it doesn't mean it will operate even if it needs to. But yeah, I'm all for destroying the bridges if that's what Hezbollah is using, but keep something in case you need to move north as well.
I mean, I'm sure Israel can construct something quickly enough if it needs to actually cross the river. So I wouldn't be too upset about this, especially since this seems more of a strategic operation than anything else.
Thank you, Stephen, for the super sticker. Daniel, where are we? We are actually likely to see Eyal in that vest today, or at least we're on course to. Yeah, almost 2/3 of the way to removing ads and seeing Eyal in the vest today on the stream. So all the more reason to consider supporting our work. And yeah, that is another thing you get with those super chats is we will keep doing this. Look, we keep doing this anyway, even in different states of consciousness, but we will we can do more and we can reach wider audience. And I don't know if the day is upon us anytime soon that we will get the kind of viewers that George Galloway gets. Daniel, was 20, I only asked you once and it was 20,000, but did you at any point see his viewership? That was 20,000 live concurrent viewers on George Galloway's stream yesterday.
I haven't seen the rest, but I would assume. Well, I don't know if he has like the highlight of the show, like this is what everybody like joins for.
Sorry, I was just pausing to send Kirk the link in case he wants to join us, which he is welcome to do at any point while we're live. And yeah, hopefully we will see him soon. Yeah, Roman Viking says there is the idea that today's messages from Trump were only said to calm down the stock markets on a Monday. So I wondered about that as well. And I don't know what to say. Look, this is not the kind of thing that we can know at all. We don't have a way of looking into his mind. It is possible because he has said stuff before.
And also, that doesn't
yeah.
fix it. Like, if it comes out to not be true, then you just get the. It will like snap back, right? Like if I tell you, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open, and therefore the price of oil goes down because they believe, it won't need to be that expensive. If that thing that made it less expensive doesn't fulfill, it will be even more expensive because you were giving wrong signals to the market. This is complete short range stupid thinking that is making the situation even worse if you don't actually stand by it.
Paul says it's a waist jacket. Old men wear vests. Well, different dialects use words in different ways, but yeah. Yeah, Bonnie says, but giving any kind of break to Iran is wrong and deadly. Yes, and Trump has given them a bunch of breaks throughout the war. As I keep saying, this is fought in second gear, so and sometimes he slows down, which is a shame. And yeah, it is deadly, and also more proof that this is actually winnable and winnable with less difficulty than we thought it would take. But the testicular fortitude requirement remains, and Trump doesn't have it, and hopefully he will be pushed into it by Iran because yeah, and there's a report in Israel that there's a sort of an assumption that the U.S. has marked April 9th as the date in which they would like to end the war. I don't know how you do that in Iran. They're actually denying there's any negotiation whatsoever. So, yeah. And there's also in Israel reports that the assumption is even if the war continues for another month, it's not going to get to 0 launches a day, which is unfortunate, but it seems from everything we've seen like a likely uh, likely to be correct assessment. Yeah, Trump does talk a lot nowadays. So I see the latest reports of him talking in Memphis. Is it live, Daniel? Do you want to see if we can see what Trump is saying now in Memphis?
I can check. Oh yeah. Wait. No, never mind. Oh my god, why do I see Miller? It is live, but other people are talking.
Do you want to rewind it to where he was talking?
If I can find it. It's terrible audio.
Well, that's just the content, but if the audio, if we can hear it, we'll live with it. And we are being joined by I think Kirk just heard that we're about to hear Trump talk, and he's like, "Yeah, I wanna hear some of that." But because this is not exactly live, let's go first to Kirk and see if he has anything to say before we go to Trump.
I have nothing to say. I shared some thoughts in the chat, and you're like, "I need a break. Come on here." I was like, "Okay, I guess I can come on for a while." I'm a little out of the loop. I just woke up probably within the hour, and so I'm just getting my day started. So, yeah, you guys need to fill me in on what's going on
There's
right now.
no better way to get your day started. Daniel, do you want to fill Kirk in with some of the latest news? I will be listening, but I will be making a cup of tea and taking some legal over-the-counter drugs, but probably a illegal amount of them. And I will be back shortly.
I'm calling the police.
And well, this is something they might actually show up for. Also, yeah, and afterwards you can start playing it, and I'm going to be listening as well. So if I have comments, I will share them when I'm back.
Oh, you got the license for that? Hey, Kirk. So yeah, I mean, main thing that we've seen again from Trump, he said, I don't know if this was yesterday or 2 days ago, he gave Iran the 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or something's gonna happen. And it looks like nothing's gonna happen. So, I mean, that's
I think I saw a Wall Street Journal headline that said he decided to postpone it or so. Yeah, Trump postponed strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure. So,
yeah, and again, that's not how ultimatums work. I think it shows. I mean, again, it shows the classic that we're not taking this seriously, or that America is.
Hey, this guy wrote Art of the Deal. He's the master deal maker.
I was looking for my copy of. I have the Art of the Deal copy somewhere. Maybe I'll show it on the stream sometime.
Yeah, Americans were tired of America getting ripped off by the rest of the world, and so now we have a master deal maker, and he's gonna make the best deals we could ever hope for. And so, yeah, I trust his judgment on this. No, I'm kidding. If it's not obvious, I'm being sarcastic. Just to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, again, like we don't know what his goals are. I think somebody said like, because if you remember the 12-day war, at the end of it, Iran struck the American military base, but it was basically done in a way where they told America when they are going to strike, how they're going to strike. They like announced it so nobody would actually like seriously get hurt, right? Because they didn't want to actually kill. And I think Trump believes we are still in that state where like Iran will act nice and not actually attack American interest, where I think it's clear that we are in a full-on war. So we are in the situation where I've said that basically Israel is in a good position, or a relatively good position. I mean, Israelis are dying. A lot of Israelis are, getting missiles launched at their country, not feeling very safe. It's not ideal situation, but it's war. Iran is in a terrible position. Their leader is gone. Probably their follow-up leader is gone. We still haven't seen Mojtaba Khamenei. So it needs to like full-on fight whatever it takes. And America is in this weird position, or rather Trump is, where it cannot pull out, because I don't think Iran will open the Strait of Hormuz even if America pulls out. And there doesn't seem to be any intention to actually go fully in. Let's say seize the Kark Island, invade the Kark Island, where most of the Iranian, and when I say most, we mean like 90%, if not more, of oil exports are coming from. So seize that, or do some bigger operation in Iran. So we are in this weird sort of status quo again, or sort of, I guess, not escalatory period. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on this. Do you think, any predictions on what do you think Trump's goal is?
I think you guys have talked about it. It's hard to tell what his goal is because he's constantly changing the goals of what he wants out of conflict like this. But a thought that came to mind last night, I was driving around Los Angeles in my area, and gasoline is now reaching $6 a gallon. I know, like, for weeks, like, you see headlines like the New York Post, like, oh my god, gasoline's like $8 a gallon. It's like, no, that's like one gas station that's like by the airport. Still not good, but throughout most of LA it wasn't anywhere close to like $7 or $8. But last night I saw some stations in my area reaching $6. And thought that came to mind was I don't know how much longer, how much patience Trump is going to have for this war, because that's one of his big campaign promises, is keeping gasoline prices low. And he is in the Republicans are in an election year, so needs to get that Strait of Hormuz back open.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the thing. And the big problem is, like, I don't think you can open up the Strait of Hormuz outside of like well, obviously having a deal, which is not desirable, at least from my perspective, or like a full-on invasion. Like Iran can just send drones forever, for like the rest of history, into the Strait of Hormuz to keep shutting it down. And now Iran is also hurting. Realistically, we can wait out Iran. I think, I think Iran is on a much bigger or much slower time than we are, or sort of much shorter time period than we are. But that had to have been communicated, right? It's if oil goes up, I mean, how much is oil up right now? I don't know if you know off the top of your wait,
according to Wall Street Journal, it's skidded. Looks like, what's it?
Oh, it's at 100.
Okay.
Okay, I'm seeing it 100. So we are still like if we are saying like before this war, we are like $40 upwards of the price, and it seems to be stuck around there. So that hurts. That's gonna be a price that's not gonna be safe. No matter how, like, we could ramp up the production of sort of our own oil fields, or we can try, I think Saudi Arabia is already diverting some of the oil to go through the Arabian Sea, to go through the other side. And you could maybe slowly do that with other countries as well, just make that happen. But that's still gonna raise prices, right? Because obviously the reason why it's going through the Strait of Hormuz, it's cheaper. It's cheaper to go through those ports than to go through all of Saudi Arabia and go from there. So again, if I wish we were just more prepared for this. Like, this isn't something we didn't know was going to happen. Even if it didn't happen on our terms, we knew it was going to happen. The Trump administration knew it was going to happen. Secretary Rubio was saying that even if Israel didn't attack like Iran right now, we would most likely attack it like later this year. Like this war would have happened, and I don't think half a year would make that much of a difference when it comes to how much you plan for it. Specifically, the oil field or the oil price. I mean, Iran, if it is an existential threat, if it is being threatened, was going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think there was any. Although I was kind of questioning it. I was questioning that they wouldn't do it because I thought like if they do that, that's the end of Iran. But it looks like there was miscalculation on my side because apparently we just are gonna let Iran do that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Let Iran. I'm sorry, I was reading the Wall Street Journal update just for today. Trump. Go on.
Just let Iran like shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and apparently with no reaction from the West.
Yeah. It just like you said, it seems like a failure to really plan and really think through all of the possibilities, and it just Trump's whole strategy on this has just been completely incoherent, and I think that has led us to today, where even if he's seemingly doing the right thing for once, he's made so many bad decisions that have hampered his ability to really carry out this war to an effective degree.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, should we listen to a little bit of Trump, or are we going to wait for? Well, let's listen maybe at least a little bit.
All right.
This is I mean, this is maybe like an hour old, but this was his.
I'm seeing Mitzi Bits in the chat saying Ayn Rand. How I always try to say Iran, but I don't even know if that's the right one. But some people say Iran.
I mean, I would assume in Farsi it's neither. They probably have their own word. So again, it's about we are talking about English pronunciation of a Middle Eastern country. I believe Iran and Iraq are more correcter, I guess. But also when you try to like, it's the funny thing, like Qatar, for example. Like what is the proper pronunciation? It's something like Qatar, or something like that. Like or like how do you pronounce Quran? It's like Quran. It's like you have to say it like that. And
I call it the Karen because it's like one big Karen telling you how to live your life.
Damn right. Are you ever going to read the hadiths? All the tens of thousands of them?
I don't really plan to at the moment, no. If I'm going to do anything after the Karen, I would want to do the Book of Mormon. I also want to do Dianetics, the L. Ron Hubbard book, but I'm like aware that the Church of Scientology is very... I don't know if that book is still under copyright, in the Church of Scientology, I think, is known for like filing lawsuits to shut people up. So I don't know if I want to go there.
Wait, even like reading it?
I don't know with that specific book, but I just know that they're like well known for just filing lawsuits against people who might like people who like want to make documentaries or speak out against the church. Yeah. Lawfare, I think, is the word we use for that. Lawfare.
Yeah, that's what almost got Trump, but then we got him still elected. You know, too big to rig is what I say. Oh my god, I'm like reading through the chat and I'm like, what are these people talking about? And then I realized I'm on the Trump live stream and I'm reading that thing.
By the way, Chandler, I turned down my gain a little bit. Is that better? Is that better for you?
Well, actually, I turned you up on my side, so maybe we are like fighting against each other.
Oh no!
I think it sounds good. I don't know how loud I am. That's always the difficult part. So, once Razi comes back, I can fine tune it even more. Let's take a look at what Trump says.
Let's do it.
Sorry, but I have to skip this. How long is this?
And that's why I'm here today. In fact, we were going to cancel because we have a couple of events going on. So they said, oh, we'll cancel Memphis. I said, we're not canceling Memphis for anything. We're not canceling. cancel on this, but we do have some big things happening. And they're very positive, I have to say. So before getting to our important discussion this morning, let me provide a brief update on Operation Epic Fury, which is a very good name, as it turns out. That was the name you showed me 20 names, sir. What name would you like? I didn't like any of them. And then I get toward the end, I said, you got to be kidding.
Was it like, hey ChatGPT, give me 20 names for an American operation in Iran? He's like,
I gotta give him
Epic
props.
Fury.
He's not wearing a hat this time. I heard someone say like, oh, he only wears the hat like when he's outside because it's windy. He doesn't want his hair blowing over it, which I guess makes a little more sense. But I just think the hats are tacky, especially like when he's doing like serious foreign policy stuff or accepting casualties of war, and it's like he's wearing a hat like with a suit. I don't know. It's something little things like that bother me. I don't know.
Yep.
Operation Epic Fury, I love that name. And it's very appropriate for what's taking place, you know, in Iran, because we knocked out their Navy, we knocked out their Air Force, we knocked out their anti-aircraft, we knocked out everything. And we did it with fury, actually. As I announced earlier, based on preliminary conversations between the United States and Iran over the past 2 days, I directed the Department of War to temporarily postpone planned strikes against major energy and electricity targets in Iran. Very, very big new, very expensive billions of
What?
I said postponing a strike so epic, so furious.
Yeah, I mean, again, this, and he says preliminary talks with Iran. About what? Like, again, nothing fundamental is going to be solved with any kind of deal. Like, what?
Hold on. He's sending Steve Witkoff over there. I trust Steve Witkoff's judgment, okay?
Well, they can keep him. Because, like, again, like, this is a joke. Like, this is not, like, it's not serious. Like, this whole way of dealing with things is just not serious. Again, even if you get, like, what kind of deal would it be? Like, would it be a deal that where Iran gets rid of their enriched uranium, Iran gets rid of their missile program, Iran gets rid of their support for the Houthis and Hamas and Hezbollah, and I mean, what else? The other, let's say, Iraqi militias, the control they have over Iraq. Like, will Iran just give that up? For what? Why would they give that up? What benefit does Iran have from, like, that's their whole existence. Like, I just don't understand. Like, what? Again, I don't know if we still suspect or expect that Iran wants to be like a successful country, that Iran just wants to like build great things. You know, they just want to have Trump Towers in Tehran. They just want to build things, have productive country, have like great, amazing, you know, entrepreneurs in their country. Like, if that is their goal, and we still expect that that's what they want. Similarly to Gaza, right? The fact that, you know, the only thing Palestinians want is peace. They just want peace, and they just want productivity and great skyscrapers. That's all they want. We just have to give them opportunity. It's like, no, Iran wants to destroy America and Israel. That's their goal. Unless you can give them a deal that gives them that, I don't see how you're gonna get like how you're gonna solve this.
Yeah, maybe unless like they've gotten so far down the chain of command with some of these IRGC guys who are running the country, maybe they're not as motivated by mysticism as say like an Ayatollah Khamenei was, but that's speculation. So,
I mean, I think the only way to do, like, I don't think you do that with the IRGC. It's similar to say, like, you know.
I'm not saying it's a good deal. I'm just trying to explain, like, you're like, why would they cut a deal? I'm just saying, like, maybe they've gotten so down far the chain of command that, like, they've gotten to someone who's a little more pragmatic than the mullahs were. Then they're like,
yeah, but even then, I'm thinking it's like saying you got to somebody pragmatic in the SS, and now you can make a deal with Nazi Germany. It's like the same
horrible
kind
deal,
of,
absolutely, yeah.
Like maybe you can find somebody in the military that is actually pragmatic, right? Because I don't think you can do that with IRGC. I don't think there's any world where you make a deal with IRGC and then IRGC just becomes this like civil pragmatic country. Like you turn Iran into whatever, Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates, or Jordan or whatever. Like I think fundamentally the goal of IRGC, like IRGC that doesn't want to destroy Israel is not IRGC. You're talking about like a fundamentally different organization.
Yeah.
And I think specifically IRGC was built from ground up, like from its cores, to be that thing, to be that ideological driver, like similar to the SS. Like like you can say the army might still have some vestiges of the previous regime, right? Some vestiges of the previous sort of ideas, similarly to the people. But I don't see anything with the IRGC itself. So I think the any deal will get. Somebody says Trump is talking to the legitimate leader of Iran, Reza Pahlavi. I don't think he likes Pahlavi for some reason.
Yeah.
So I don't see that. But let's take a look a little bit more.
One missile, one of our powerful ones, and it comes down to the ground like it was made out of dust. But to determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions. Very, very good discussions. And you have to understand, I know my whole life has been a negotiation, but with Iran we've been negotiating for a long time. And this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, we're going to get it done. So, hopefully this will be possible. No matter what, we'll ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would have had one if...
Oh, did the live stream cut off?
You see, he was talking about how much of a master negotiator he is, Daniel. He's no one's better than than him. So the American people elected this, so you need to trust their judgment, okay?
Yeah, I mean they were clapping it. These are his supporters that are clapping this. It's yeah, I just don't know. Like this is such a
Iran means business now. Can he say that? They mean business now, so we're on the right track.
And again, I just don't understand. Like when it comes to a lot of Western leaders, I said it about Macron and Keir Starmer. I think they know Iran is a threat that they have to deal with, but the fact is that the population is of France and of Britain is like so pacifistic, is so against actually defending the country that they would never support any sort of action coming from that. And I don't know if Trump is actually just, I'm sorry, but like stupid, like he doesn't understand that Iran is a threat to America and that it's not just about the deal, or what is it? Because again, even if you go from the 4D chess perspective or something, that this is all about China, I don't know how a deal with Iran helps you deal with the Chinese threat.
Well, Daniel, maybe that's part of the deal. Maybe part of the deal is you can never say death to America again, and that's going to solve all of our problems.
Maybe. Razi?
Yeah, I couldn't understand a word Trump was saying. The audio there was not great. But Shmuju says, and I can understand this. I could understand it even if it wasn't in all caps. But Shmuju says, make Robert Spencer his advisor on Islam, suggesting Trump's advisor. Yeah, I'm not opposed to that, and I'm also not opposed to people after this stream and after they watch Kirk's video on anti-Semitism, watching my interview with Robert Spencer on this channel from, was it late 2023 or 2024? Yeah, check it out at some point. And yeah, are we watching more of Trump?
We don't have to.
All right, great. Because yeah, it's hard to understand what he's saying, and especially in my current condition. But we have some more stuff on the terrorist attack in London, and we have so we have a couple of videos, Daniel, that I sent you that I'd like to show. But before that, yeah, but okay, before that, a couple of things. Where are we on the super chat goal? Okay, so 37 pounds and 1 penny away from removing the ads, from seeing Eyal in the vest. I'm not going to put as a super chat goal Kirk and I talking about Randy Orton's ill-fated heel turn, but we might, because I think people will demand a refund in advance so that we don't get there, because I don't know if everybody likes it when we talk wrestling. But I think that's a conversation that needs to be had, and Kirk and I have not spoken about this since it happened. So
yeah, did you see the segment from a couple of weeks ago where he was telling Sami Zayn, he's like, if you want to win all these titles, sometimes you got to be a little bit selfish. And the first thought that came to my mind was Ayn Randy Orton. How about that?
yes, but it's not that kind of selfish. Also, Sami Zayn should be selfish and should stop being a pro-Palestinian piece of shit. That's a good start for Sami Zayn. Yeah, the only thing I enjoy about seeing Sami Zayn wrestling is that he keeps losing, and yeah. But yeah, I can't enjoy him as a wrestler because of how horrible he is in real life, and the fact that his wrestling gear is like PLO colors, like he has PLO stuff all over it, and it's even written in like Arabic looking. Yeah, basically, Sami Zayn is there to use the platform not to ply his craft, but to propagandize against America and mostly Israel. But yeah, the conversation about Randy Orton's heel turn is coming soon, people. But let's see what happened when Al Jazeera showed up in Golders Green to look at what's to cover the story of the terrorist attack that happened today.
Sorry, can you say that again? What do you want to see?
The video, I think it's before last that I sent you, the one in Golders Green with Al Jazeera.
Okay.
Okay, while you look for it, let me just clarify. Chandler asked, what about the time The Undertaker threw Mankind off Hell in a Cell and plummeted 16 feet through an announcer's table? You're mixing two different things, I think. So he was thrown off, and that was like planned. That was part of the show. for Undertaker to throw him on the announcer's table and all that. But also, Undertaker threw him on the cage, and he wasn't supposed to go through it, and he did, and that's when people thought he might be dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen them. I've heard them talk about that a lot. Mick Foley and the Undertaker, about like how I think like if his body was just like an inch of a degree like different, like he probably could have died or suffered a severe injury when he went through the cage.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of what you see is like it's planned, and it's planned to look bad, and it does look bad, but this one was actually bad and could have gone worse. And Mick Foley was and remained insane, which made him such a great wrestler to watch. Thank you, Ex Nihilo, for another generous super sticker, which brings us to oh wow, we are only 15 pounds and 25 pence away from removing all ads and Eyal in a vest. And while we're selling, and before we go back to the content which we are claiming to produce here, let's remind people first of all that the Nikos Guevara T-shirt is not only available on our shop, it is already you can see it being modeled right now here by Daniel. Yeah, that can be yours for $35, and shipping is included. Thank you, Bonnie, for the super sticker. Daniel, we have a new item on the shop.
We have also a Nikos Guevara hoodie, since some people, especially in the UK, were saying it's not really a t-shirt weather up there. So yeah, we also have hoodie in 7 colors. I usually try to pick the colors that are decent, that look good. But maybe people can let us know. Maybe I'll have some like suggestion box here. Just let us know like what do you want to see, because like we can pick different colors, we can pick different things, but we have to. So yeah, in a bunch of different colors. We of course still have the revolutionary red, or sort of like reddish pink, and the capitalist yellow. So this is usually the way to go. This one is $65, but again, shipping is included in that. So I think still pretty decent price.
Yeah, and these are more expensive to produce. So yeah, we obviously make a profit on all of these, but yeah, the hoodies are priced that way because of the cost of producing and shipping them.
And also,
Now,
wait,
Razi,
let's see if I can do this.
let me ask you this, Razi. Do you think if Trump actually closes the deal, I mean, actually does the right thing and defeats this regime once and for good, do you think a takeaway that the American voting public will learn is that only a WWE Hall of Famer could have pulled this off?
Well, I would hope so, but then who will be next? That's my concern, because there are some Hall of Famers. Mick Foley, by the way, is a Hall of Famer. I would like to see wrestle again, but I maybe not. But I wouldn't like to see him as president. I don't know where he stands. Yeah. So, but yeah,
maybe it could be the Undertaker, and his campaign ads will be throwing like overburdensome regulations off Hell in a Cell, that like kind of like how they like to do with the chainsaws and stuff.
I mean, the Undertaker can just go into the next Iran and like just have a buried alive match with every, Ayatollah or its equivalent until he breaks the WrestleMania streak.
Maybe we'll get IRS running as a Democrat, where he's just going to make a campaign on making everyone pay their fair share.
People, even wrestling fans, don't know who IRS is. But if you don't know, I will remind you that is a wrestler who went by the name Erwin R. Shyster, or IRS. And yeah, he was a bad guy because, and by the way, that was around the time that Vince McMahon got in trouble with the federal government, right? So he created this character for that reason.
Yeah. Now you learn that being buried 6 feet under is not a tax shelter.
Classic.
Stuart, I know you wanted to join just now because you wanted to get in on the wrestling conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any thoughts on any of the wrestling before I quickly go to the...
I know nothing about wrestling. Sorry.
Then, let me thank Laid Back Pedal Pusher for the super sticker and Shmooju for the super sticker, which I believe brings us close or... yeah. Oh, where are we exactly? Oh yeah,
we a little bit over. I didn't count the last one.
Even before the last. Okay, so we need a 150 goal. We need to think of something for the goal. And again, unfortunately, it can't be wrestling talk because people will not send super chats if that's it. I would love to talk about the Randy Orton heel turn, but maybe later. Yeah, let's think of something for 150 super chat goal. Also, Daniel, can you? I'll tell you that he is requested at some point on this stream in that vest, because that's what we promised and we will deliver. Okay. Stuart, let me go to you because you just joined and see if you have any thoughts on anything, and then we will go. I want to see the video of Al Jazeera showing up at Golders Green.
Yeah, just some general thoughts on how the war is going. It's unfortunately, I think it's going very much like I feared it would. With Trump leading it, the goalposts keep moving. His messaging keeps moving. Clearing sanctions from Iranian oil seems just utterly bizarre. I just, as I said from the beginning, I really wish that anyone else was prosecuting this war. And to the extent that the Israelis are doing it, I feel better. But to the extent that Trump and his minions are handling anything, I have fears that it's going to end up being a big mess. And unfortunately, it looks like that's more probable than ever.
Well, I also wish that anybody else was prosecuting the war, but I also remember that all the others refused to, even though they should have.
Right.
And Abschmidt says in the chat, Trump tacoed on Iran. Who could have seen this coming? But again, look, Trump, that's the thing. And we've been talking about this. We've been talking about this throughout his run in politics, but specifically during this war, he's doing stuff and he's saying stuff, and the stuff that he says often contradicts the other stuff that he says, let alone the stuff that he does. So as long as it's going, and again, like he can beg Iran for an off-ramp and not get it. And that's my hope. Unfortunately, I hope that Iran, the regime and the people running whatever's left of it are as, batshit crazy religious nut jobs as they appear to be, and they just won't, when they said we can have a ceasefire, and they had all sorts of demands, including compensation to Iran, and all sorts of stuff. So I hope they stick to that, and Trump can want it, but he's already there and he's committed. So yeah, let's see.
No, I was just going to mention, because we've been mentioning like, can a country like Iran be bought off by like, we'll bring economic development, we'll build some skyscrapers if you just promise to stop with nuclear weapons development. There's an infamous quote from Ayatollah Khomeini from like early on in the early days of the revolution. After he succeeded in taking over the government, someone was like, well, wasn't like this, didn't we come to power because the masses were angry about the economic situation? And he said something like, I don't think the people did this revolution over the price of melons. So just to give you guys an idea, like we are dealing with serious mystics who can't be talked into doing the right thing out of some promise of like economic prosperity or whatever.
Yeah, and actually I was thinking about how Trump is, his approach seems similar to Anna Kasparian in this particular sense, which is Anna Kasparian did a video a few months ago that we talked about on this channel, where she was telling us how the world will be safer if Iran has a nuclear bomb. And then she was talking about some theory, I forget what it's called, nuclear peace, something, I don't remember, something named as stupidly as the theory itself, which is, and there, the basis is like everybody is a rational actor, was the term used there. And, Iran only wants a nuclear bomb to defend itself from Israel, which obviously hasn't used its nuclear weapons in the 60 years it supposedly has had them for. And it seems that Trump has that approach. If we're going to be generous towards Trump, that seems to be the approach of everything's negotiable and everybody is a potential negotiation partner. And
I think what many people, but certainly Trump, don't understand. Trump has no principles. He is a pragmatist to his core. So he literally doesn't understand people that have principles. And in this case, the principles are evil. They're horrible principles, but he doesn't understand their commitment to them. So, he thinks that we just haven't found the right incentives. We haven't found the right levers, because he really doesn't understand where people like this are coming from. They are fanatics. They are true believers. They're not interested in the things that he is interested in. And he is fundamentally incapable of understanding that, I think.
And yeah, Shmuju, I'm with you. It's not terrorism or terrorists, it's Islam. And yes, I completely agree. Again, if there are people, and there are people who are Muslims who do not participate, it's because they don't take the religion to its full extent. And I hope more people do that, whatever their religion. but absolutely the as you call it, death cult that is Islam. First and foremost, yeah. And who is principled? Al Jazeera. They showed up today. They are principled. They are true believers. They showed up today in Golders Green, the Jewish area in North London, where PC and I separately sometimes go to get some Israeli food, and where many Israelis and Jews live. And there was a terrorist attack overnight where ambulances were burned. Let's see what happened when Al Jazeera tried to report from there.
Now you can go. Go take your briefcase, go take your Al Jazeera equipment and go. No one needs Al Jazeera.
You don't decide when
no
I
one
stay,
wants
when I
Al
leave.
Jazeera over here.
You don't decide
No
when I
one
stay,
wants
when I
your people in the office.
So don't
can change
attack
it.
me.
Yeah, but your people,
Don't
the people
attack
you
me.
work for. The people
Don't
you work
attack
for.
me.
The people
Don't
you work
attack
I don't
me.
know who
Don't
you
attack
are.
me.
I don't know who you work
Don't
for.
attack me.
I don't know
Don't
about
attack
you,
me.
but I know who to
An
go.
entity that
Al Jazeera should go
questions
away.
all
Yes.
motives.
Of course.
You represent an entity that has questionable motives, and by association.
Or you will be moved. No. Don't be violent.
امشي من هون يا حمار. I'm calm. لا امشي من هون. امشي من هون يا حمار يا كلب. يا كلب روح من هون. لما لا. انا لا خمار. انت خمار. أنا خمار. I'm walking.
By the way, I with my lack of Arabic skills, I know what he said there, and then apparently the Al Jazeera guy speaks Hebrew as well, so they translated it. Yeah, absolutely, 100% agree. Al Jazeera is not a legitimate news organization. It's a propaganda arm of a dictatorship. We should not have any type of relationship with that country, and we should not allow their propaganda arm to operate on this country's soil. Of course, this country does not. Speaking of being unprincipled, this country doesn't have a position on anything, and so of course nobody is gonna stand up to Al Jazeera, except when there is an anti-Semitic attack, and then anti-Semites want to report from it. Jews are not going to be happy, Al Jazeera. So you got off lightly there.
Well, I do disagree that unless Britain is at war with whichever country Al Jazeera is representing and propagandizing for, in a situation of peace in a free country, propaganda is anything goes. You can say whatever you like. You can propagandize. So I disagree that they shouldn't be allowed. Now, if Britain actually took a stand and were, at war in some way, even if it wasn't a, like shooting war, then you could maybe legitimately prohibit their propagandists. That's my take.
Yeah. First of all, I agree. Britain should declare war and then should ban Al Jazeera in that order. But on the point of them showing up, we started this episode when I interviewed Manik Govinda, who participated in the protest against outside the Guardian offices last week, after the Guardian published an op-ed talking about a branch of Gale's Bakery that opened 2 stores down from a Palestinian cafe, and the Guardian columnist called it an act of high street aggression. And this place had already been targeted, and the Guardian was essentially justifying the targeting of that place and the violence against it. Jews are under attack in this country all the time. The police does very little. When they do something, very often, if the people end up going on trial, they get off the hook. Like they basically nothing happens to them. So yeah, these guys saying, no, you're not welcome here. We know what you're doing here. We understand your role in this war, and we understand that you understand your role in this war. That I am absolutely 100% behind. And again, I think it should be the government, but the government is at the point where it does not protect Jewish citizens of this country. And when something like this happens, actually, should we go to the next clip that I sent you, Daniel, and then see what happens? Now, this is the mayor of London. Let's take a look.
Oh, you're assuming I know who the mayor of London? I know which one.
Winning elections, then
the brown one, right?
If you lose elections, and so winning elections, then
wait, can you rewind it and then turn up the volume?
I don't think I can turn up the volume. It looks like that's the max.
Star if you lose elections, and so winning elections, then being good in office is really important to win again to do good stuff.
Do you see Nick Timothy's comments on Muslim praying that they have been criticized by the Prime Minister? What's your response to that?
No, I'm a born and raised Londoner. I've never lived anywhere else, really, and I've been there for 10 years. And I've hosted events in Trafalgar Square.
I can't actually hear any of this, but my volume is generally lower than. Can you guys hear it?
Jewish friends and colleagues.
Okay, and you guys hear it, and I'm going to read it.
Jewish friends and colleagues.
I'll just download the video and raise it natively. So talk about something different for a little bit.
All right, but yeah, I said some stuff. Do either of you, Stuart or Kirk, have any comments on that or anything else while Daniel raises the volume?
I mean, I can ramble about Al Jazeera for a minute for those who might not be aware of this operation. I just remember, like, back in the 2010s, about a decade ago, they had like some American branch called AJ Plus, which was very far left. If you ever watched their content, I remember them really becoming popular. I don't know if they're still as relevant as they were a decade ago, but I just vaguely recall them being very relevant, and they constantly promoted stuff and like left-wing causes. And I remember one of the causes they were big on was climate change and the dangers of carbon emissions and big oil greed. And there was a big irony with that, considering that they're owned by the Qatari family, who's wealthy because of oil revenue, because of their rich oil resources. So yeah, it was pretty rich for them to be all alarmed about the burning of fossil fuels when they essentially work for a fossil fuel company.
Well, I also have an Al Jazeera story. So a few years ago, I was speaking at the Battle of Ideas, this conference that happens every year in London, and I was speaking on a panel on football, or soccer, as you call it in America, and somebody and I let's say my views were very unique in terms of both the panel and the audience. I don't think anybody. Well, I had some people I know in the audience. Other than that, I don't think anybody agreed with me on anything. People were very much against the corporate involvement and or nature of football, and one person recommended a.
We have that recorded, by the way, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes, but wasn't the audio on that worse than the Trump audio from the speech you just showed?
I don't think it was inaudible. I can check.
All right. Well, I don't know if you want to find that bit in there, but we can share the video and people can watch it later. But yeah, somebody at some point talks about how corporations own football and so on, and you should watch this documentary. What was it? The Men Who Sold Football or something like that. And I'm like, Al Jazeera is producing this. Qatar, they would know because Qatar bought football. I mean, Qatar literally bought the World Cup. There were a bunch of rules in the past about who can host the World Cup. One of them I remember was there was a minimum number of cities you needed to have, to have host games because there are so many games and you couldn't have more than 2 stadiums in a city. Everything was thrown out the window in order to accommodate Qatar, and you also had to have infrastructure that you might need to build on, but that's existing, and so, for example, if they had a World Cup that they announced now in England or in the UK, we have the infrastructure here exists. There are stadiums, there's transport, there's hotels, there's everything you need for a World Cup. In Qatar, they had none of that. What they had is Western money that they could then pay off the people voting and build all this crap. And of course, we know what happened with the stadiums. They were built essentially by slave labor. Many people died in the building of those stadiums because they don't have any standards there in Qatar. So, yeah.
Reminds me
You mean regulations?
Don't kill your workers. Yeah, I'm all for that. Yeah.
It reminds me of Ayn Rand's essay, the monument builders.
Yes. What about it?
No, I guess they're not technically monuments, but slave labor was used, money was spent just for the prestige of the royal family. And how do you say it? Is it Qatar? It doesn't matter what their name is. Okay, it's a country run by a bunch of goons who then create media outlets like Al Jazeera and set up operations throughout the world in effort to demoralize the people in those countries.
I love it when you channel The Rock. See, we have wrestling content even when we're not talking about wrestling. And I mean, that's by the way, that's a thing that's also here when people say, oh, there's a place in the UK, like whenever people talk about some town somewhere and you ask what's there and they're like, oh, there's a big church. And I'm like, okay, so that's what this town is famous for. And that's pretty much every town in England. And yeah, those churches, who built them and how. And yeah, we still have that in the world, and we should frown upon it rather than celebrate it and have World Cups hosted there. Somebody in the chat says, why all the hate against Gulf countries? I like them, plus they are allied with it to Israel. First of all, that's not a standard for me. They are evil dictatorships. And some of those evil dictatorships have like really pretty Western looking skyscrapers that Westerners are like, oh, that's pretty, and like nice beaches, and they're like, oh, I like the beach, and then they pay a higher
Burger
salary.
King in Riyadh. It's just like the US.
What?
They have Burger King in Riyadh. It's just
they
like
have shopping malls.
Yeah, shopping malls.
Shopping malls, and they pay you more,
good.
and you don't pay taxes, so you can spend your money in those shopping malls. Yeah, people. That is a facade, and don't fall for it. They are bad countries. Anyway,
would a bad country be hosting WrestleMania next year?
Probably not, because I read that they're reconsidering, because apparently they're discovering what the Middle East is, so they're reconsidering, which for me is only another reason to hope that maybe it'll be the third year in a row where it's in Vegas and I can finally make it to a WrestleMania. And Kirk, you can make it to 3 WrestleManias in a row. I think they're not going to have it in Vegas, even if it is not in Saudi Arabia. But yeah, speaking of short-term thinking, Westerners, WWE is definitely up there. All right. Let's listen.
Not only are they up there, but the founder's wife is the Secretary of Education. So even they're involved in helping the kids now, I think.
Yeah, I definitely liked Linda McMahon better in that storyline for WrestleMania 17 when she was in a wheelchair, but then she got up and beat up Vince McMahon and helped his son Shane win that match. By the way, Abschmidt says WrestleMania 3 is the best WrestleMania. No, WrestleMania 17, without a doubt, is the best WrestleMania. But maybe we can do that on the 150-pound super chat goal. Which WrestleMania is the best? Yeah, that is It is not going to inspire super chats except from a select few. You know who we are, who you are. We're counting on you. All right, let's get back to the actual content and see what the mayor had to say.
That was like glitching for me.
Daniel.
I can't do any. What the hell? There we go.
Okay, now I can't hear it.
Yeah.
You can't hear it at all?
No.
I can't hear it either.
Well.
Can you summarize for us, Razi?
No, because I didn't see it either. I just
Hanukkah. I've hosted events in Trafalgar Square for Christian friends and colleagues, events at Easter, the Passion of Christ, events at Christmas. We have hymns and carols when we light the Christmas tree. We have events for Diwali, for Hindu friends, and Vaisakhi for Sikh Londoners. And I'm heartbroken. I'm sad. I'm angry. And I can understand why many British Muslims are scared by somebody who is so senior, who wants to be the Lord Chancellor, saying what he said. But worryingly, his leader, somebody who wants to be the Prime Minister, Kemi Badenoch, thinking it is British values to single out Muslims. It is British values to respect each other. Yes, we're a Christian country, but Christianity teaches us to love thy neighbour. It doesn't say love thy Christian neighbour. It says love thy neighbour. I learned about Christianity. It teaches us we are the keeper of our brother and sister. It teaches about the Good Samaritan.
Let's pause here. Yeah. I'm hearing an echo of me. Which is,
Yep. Oh, now I'm in.
Wait, what?
This is what happened under this mayor. You see?
Daniel's the only one not.
Do you still hear echo of yourself?
Yes. Just not of you.
Well, it sounds like your problem to fix.
No, it's all three of them.
Wait, I don't. Do people hear it on the stream?
Yes.
Wait, I guess I'll. Oh, I know what's happening. Okay, because I'm sharing system audio, so when you say something, it's my system audio, and I'm sharing that.
Yeah. Okay, we back to being able to talk? There we go.
Yep.
So, Razi, you were saying something?
I actually lolled.
I don't remember. I was like, that is the voice of Nikos.
Let's say Nikos is here?
No, it's just his voice. Daniel, the soundboard, and there are all sorts of voices that he likes to play.
Oh.
No, that was not. No, I was queuing up, and not that there's anything wrong with that. Anyway,
Oh.
All right. Well, we're still finding our footing with the soundboard. Stuart, any thoughts?
My mind has been wiped clean by that.
Okay, so yeah, let me just clarify. This is him talking today after the terrorist attack. By the way, there's a thing with these people in religion. I remember this with David Cameron when there was a terrorist attack, a Muslim terrorist attack here. What? What did I miss?
You said these people.
I say these people all the time.
Yeah, but you cannot say them about certain kind of people.
No, well, I explained who these people are. These people are, people who explain religion and politicians who talk about religion. And so David Cameron, there was a Muslim terrorist attack when David Cameron was prime minister. It was a machete attack. I think one person was injured. And then there was some guy who was around there looking at this Muslim shouting Allahu Akbar and attacking people with a machete. And the guy said to him, "You ain't no Muslim, bruv," which, leaving aside his grasp of the English language, the guy who said it, also, of course, not a Muslim. David Cameron, the prime minister, then repeated it, also not a Muslim. That they had a whole issue I remember in British Parliament when ISIS first entered our lives, and they're like, don't call it ISIS, don't call it the Islamic State because you're associating it with Islam. Like, people like to West-splain Islam, sort of going back to George W. Bush's lie about Islam being a religion of peace. And now we have Sadiq Khan explaining Christianity to Christians. So, I mean, look, when you're a politician, you want everybody voting for you. It's a problem to have an ideology because they're not going to vote for you. But it also, if you can't be honest, maybe if you can't be honest and successful in that career path, I would say choose honesty. But I don't expect that of Sadiq.
Well, it's hard to think of a politician that has chosen that.
Yeah, or of a way to get elected if you do choose that.
Right.
To get into politics.
Yeah.
I mean, it fundamentally goes towards the people. People don't want honest politicians. Like, that's the end of it. Like, if we wanted principles, if we wanted honesty, only those people would be able to get elected. Because we fundamentally wouldn't vote for that kind of people, right? But anybody who's anybody who tries to be principled in politics quickly learns that it is not an electable position. Again, that's the thing, right? Like, once you get elected, to some extent you can do whatever you want. So you would be able to do it there. Like, I mean, be honest there once you get elected. But again, it requires you to actually get elected, which, again, like, we are talking about, like, people want honesty from politicians, and we are talking about, like, Trump being the Republican candidate for, like, 3 times in a row. If not 4 times, maybe, my bet is still on with James Valiant. By the way, I was thinking about, don't tell this to James, I was thinking about hedging my bet, because I have a bet with him on Trump running as a Republican candidate. I was thinking about doing the opposite on Polymarket, and therefore I hedge my bet against it, and, I can arbitrage my bet.
Daniel, I like blackjack and stuff. You're gambling with all our lives here. So, but anyway.
How am I gambling with your lives?
Because whatever happens, we're all.
I benefit.
All right, that's one way to look at it. Okay. Somebody else says soon they'll explain Cuba to Cubans. Yeah. By the way, I think after we finish this Sadiq Khan video, we'll go to a news update and then we'll go to Cuba because stuff's happening there. Yeah, Hawaiian Daniel, don't get me started on counting cards. You know what? Let's put that in the 150-pound super chat goal. I will explain to people that counting cards is not really a thing, and it is, it is proof of the Crow epistemology, if ever you saw one, and that even people like Daniel, who I'm sure believe that they can count cards, aren't actually doing it. But we need to get to 150 for me to explain that. Thank you, Roman Viking, for getting us closer there with the super chat. Roman Viking asks, how is Singapore dealing with Islam and other religions? Does anybody have more information on this than I do? Because what I know is
I don't know if Singapore has
Singapore Airlines first class, which looks impressive, but I think is out of my reach. That's my knowledge of Singapore.
I don't know if Singapore has that big of a Islamic population. I can quickly look it up. I mean, here is like the fundamental thing. Like, as much as, I think we should want a nation to be capitalistic, we should want any nations to respect individual rights. When it comes to generally the average people, or generally just when it comes to people, the desire to make political change is only there if things are bad, if things are not good, right? If you can go about your life if you can, you know, your property is protected, you can go about your life, you can generally do in life what you want, generally you won't have a lot of political dissent. Singapore managed to be a one-party kind of democracy for pretty much all of its existence, mainly from enforcing property rights properly, but also managing the state properly. So I think, okay, somebody says 16% Muslims in Singapore. I think it's just, you know, maybe it's not as ideological. And again, like, Muslims are not necessarily a problem. It is basically subduing your domestic politics towards Islamism that is a problem. Like I said, Israel has many more Muslims as a percentage of a population than United Kingdom does. Yet Israeli politics are not controlled by Islamism, by the Muslim vote, which is what it's called in the UK. It is only UK where it's like, we checked it earlier, right? What is it, like 6%? 6% of the UK population is Muslim. Yet somehow half of the political spectrum is completely controlled by it. And you could say something similar about America. Very few of like Americans are Muslims. Yet certain parts of the political dialogue are completely subdued and controlled by Islamism, basically. It's not an automatic thing. It's something you allow to happen as either the people
and
or
Ina says in the chat, I think Malay Muslims are different, and that's the thing. First of all, with all religions, you can't actually practice the thing fully. You practice whatever bits of it you choose to, and that is a major problem with Islam, and it is mostly in most of the parts of the world, it is taken seriously, certainly taken more seriously than Christianity or Judaism overall, and taken seriously and taken to its logical conclusion. Sorry to use that word here. You end up doing very bad things, but in some places, I mean, Israel's latest ally, Somaliland, is a Muslim country, so people practice it differently. And okay, somebody else says you can't count cards with multiple decks and reshuffling. Leaving that aside, leaving the shoe that reshuffles it automatically, just generally the idea of counting cards. Look, if somebody spends all day every day for years and is super intelligent, like spends all their time practicing it and then has a massive bankroll, maybe they can make it happen, but it's not a real
thing. Wait, you mean counting cards as a strategy isn't like a real thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Counting cards. Maybe, so here's the thing: Blackjack. If you play perfect basic strategy, the house has 0.5% edge. If you are, the idea of counting cards is eventually giving yourself the edge over the casino. That is basically you need to make it a full-time job. You need to get in with a massive bankroll, and you need to have like a year of your life just learning how to do that. But why? I will explain when we get to the super chat goal, which we are how far from?
I mean, we are at 107, but I don't have a.
Okay.
Right now it's 150. I have a discussion on which WrestleMania is the best.
We'll do. Yeah, it's two for one. People, it's worth it. It's the best kind of package deal. Yeah, 102 pounds and 28 pence away. Okay.
Yeah, I count cards in poker.
I don't know if I understand that, but anyway, let's. Somebody else says Chuck Norris could get blackjack with one card. All right, let's continue with the mayor, and then we can move on to Cuba.
It's so objectionable to the Conservative Party about Muslims celebrating their religion in the way that we do. And what worries me more is a few years ago, These are the sorts of comments I'd expect from the far right. These are the sorts of comments I'd expect from Stephen Yaxley Lennon. These comments are now mainstream in both the Reform Party and the Conservative Party. This is the Conservative Party that had Rishi Sunak as their leader. This is a Conservative Party, or somebody I admire, John Major, a working class boy from Brixton, as their leader. What happens to the One Nation Conservative Party? And this sort of megaphone, not dog whistle, megaphone policy is a disservice and disgrace to the Conservative Party, a once great party, but also a disservice and a disgrace to this great country of ours. And, you know, we're pluralistic, you know, and, you know, Muslims today, who tomorrow? Jewish people? Who the day after? Hindu people? This sort of monoethnic, mononationalistic view that the Conservatives have is a carbon copy of President Trump. These guys are a pound shop President Trump. They should be ashamed of themselves.
So again, this is on the morning of an Islamic terrorist attack on Jews, and the mayor is worried about Islamophobia and basically running for office, I guess, even though the next mayoral election is a couple of years away, and the next parliamentary elections are 3 years away. Yeah.
I mean, again, this plays out like a non-McDonald joke, you know. I'm afraid that, you know, Islamist or ISIS or somebody blows up like a dirty bomb in New York. And what I'm worried about is the backlash against peaceful Muslims after.
Okay. Any comments, Kirk or Stuart? And actually, Daniel, let's, before Cuba, then go to Scott Ritter.
Isn't the responsible thing to do if you're a politician is to say, look, we have a justice system in this country. I don't know exactly how the laws are in the UK, but like, I imagine they're not much different than America in that the innocent people are innocent until proven guilty. We're going to let the justice system figure it out. And it would be a horrible thing if in a free country like the UK, if someone thought that they could impose their religion on others through force, because that's not who we are. And you don't have to do all this bending over backwards and this kind of crap we're seeing.
Stuart? I
mean, I think you do have to. I don't know that you can blame him for being a politician. I mean, you can blame. You know, he's smack talking the opposition, and that's what politicians do. I don't know that he deserves particular criticism for that. I mean, the timing, his whole emphasis deserves criticism. But that, you know, this is the way politics is done these days, and frankly, there's a lot of people doing it a lot worse, including our president. So. Yeah, I don't despise him so much for getting a dig in at the opposition. That's just how they do it.
Oh, I don't think the president is worse than Sadiq Khan. I mean, he is in a much stronger position. But if Sadiq Khan was president of the United States, if Sadiq Khan was prime minister of this country, I think we would be in very bad shape. Again, President of the United States has basically the most power on the planet, and Prime Minister of this country, certainly Mayor of London, has much less. But yeah, he is a truly evil human being.
Razi, you know, you and Daniel are both in Europe. Has there been any change in mood ever since Iran was able to launch missiles at Diego Garcia, which a takeaway from that was, well, they could probably reach Europe too if they can reach Diego Garcia. Has there been like any change in mood of like, oh crap, maybe this is our problem. Maybe we can't just say, oh, that's Israel's problem, or that's the Middle East. We don't have any interest there.
So the way I see it reported here is Israel says Iranian missiles can reach London, and it's mostly being laughed off as far as I can tell. But, you know, you either laugh it off or you actually say, you know what, maybe this is our war too. And people don't want to say that. Yeah, Europe likes to Yeah, somebody else in the chat says it better than I can. Europe's strategy is that of the ostrich. Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a new strategy. It's this is what Europe does. Daniel, in Slovakia, maybe things look different. I mean, Slovakia has other
You think we
concerns.
care about what's going on in the Middle East?
That's the thing. Slovakia has
Well, I mean, honestly, I doubt anyone in Iran knows that Slovakia exists. I don't think you would be a target the way London might be, or, you know.
Well, they'll learn. Well, we'll switch sides. As I've learned from every single war Slovakia has been in, we'll just join whoever we think will win. So, and we'll always be wrong about that choice.
Okay, should we watch Scott Ritter and then Cuba and then Zoe and what happened in Margate?
Who's Scott Ritter again?
So I think one of his latest accolades is UN expert on something, right? And I believe
U.S. Marine Corps intel officer.
Yeah, but most recent. Let me
Wait,
verify that.
Is he ex-American or ex-Marine Corps?
Well, he's anti-American, but I don't think he's ex-American. And
ex-U.S. Marine.
Yeah, and I believe he was quoted favorably by George Galloway yesterday, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, William Scott Ritter Jr. is an American former United States Marine Corps intelligence officer, former United Nations Special Commission weapons inspector. He's maybe one of the people who told us Iran isn't building a nuke. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
If I were the Iranians, I would actually take out Israeli desalinization plants now, right now. End Israel right now. Just end it. Just take it out, end it. Make Israel over. You know, Israel needs to cease to exist. It is literally the cancer on the planet. If I were the
he's not saying that's what he believes. He's just saying what he believes Iran should do.
Yeah.
Well, that sounded to me like those were his beliefs.
I mean, that last line kind of... I was going to say that statement anyway, but that last kind of screwed me over.
Yeah, you know, before 1948, the Middle East was just this peaceful paradise with no conflict or horrors or anything.
Before 1948, you couldn't say, look, this is just, I'm anti-Zionist. I'm not anti-Semitic. When I say kill all the Jews, I mean specifically those Jews in Israel. So clearly, I'm not anti-Semitic whatsoever. Yeah, you know, these people, yes, I said these people again. Daniel, I refer...
It's okay. He's white. You can say that.
No, I'm not referring. When I'm saying these people, I'm not referring to his skin color. When people deserve my contempt, this is one of the ways in which I express it.
Well, I generally don't like these people, even when it's meant as something, because it's like super vague. So I like clarifying. Basically, you have to give at least one more example.
The Scott Ritters of the world, they're not pretending, you know, but they might still pretend. You know, when we get to the story about Zoe later, that guy also said, look, I'm anti-Zionist. Actually, Daniel, I do, when we get to that story, remind me, because yesterday you asked me on the stream, do I want to hear his response? And I didn't know what it was, so I said no. I've since read it. I do want to get to it. But yeah, I don't know if Kirk or Stuart know what we're talking about with the Zoe story, but it's Zoe Strimple, who has been on this channel, including recently, and is a columnist for The Telegraph, had an incident that we're gonna talk about soon, a couple of days ago, and yeah, it's been making the rounds in the news in recent days. But yeah. Any comments on Scott Ritter? Did we watch the whole clip? Okay. Any thoughts?
He's a piece of shit. I mean, what? I can't believe he was ever employed in those roles. That's horrifying that he represented the U.S. In any way. But yeah.
Well, I mean, there is no ideological test when you join the U.S. Army.
Of course.
Maybe there should be. I don't know. It's not really a privilege, so.
I mean, sort of some sort of don't be a Nazi baseline might be a good idea. Like, if there's a good chance that you are actually going to use whatever weapons are put in your hands, like against your own country, that's, I would say, yeah, maybe don't put weapons in or information in the hands of such a person, because yeah, that is scary. And I'm wondering, like, are there people right now, like with his views, anywhere now? Don't forget that also the fact that he was working for the UN means when he is going to be quoted by somebody, they're not going to quote that part, probably the thing we heard today, but they are going to say even American UN weapons expert or what have you, just like they do with the Israelis that are anti-Israel. Even Israeli newspaper Haaretz. Well, no, not even Israeli newspaper Haaretz. Israeli newspaper Haaretz is anti-Israel. Scott Ritter is anti-American. He happened to be born there. But yeah, that doesn't make him any less of what we just saw that he is.
Can I make an anti-ad? Because I'm, somebody recommended jerky a few days ago, so I'm trying one. This one is terrible. I just...
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm not a fan of beef jerky at all, so I will pass on all.
Alien jerky in Las Vegas is where it's at. Let me tell you.
What? Where?
Alien jerky. I don't know if it's in Vegas. I think it's on the way to Vegas, but I think they have locations in Vegas.
Is it like a place or like a brand?
It's a brand.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to hear about what happened to Zoe.
Okay, I can read the whole. Yeah, okay, let's do that, and then we do Cuba. Daniel, can you queue up Cuba stuff while I'll read the tweet from Zoe. This is oh wait, this is not the recent one. Yeah, this is from a couple of days ago on Saturday, and then. Daniel, when I'm done with the tweet, and only when I'm done, I don't want any distraction from what I'm reading, but when I'm done, show the art. Okay, so this is Zoe's tweet. In Margate, my cheeks are red. I am shaking. I popped into an exhibition that turned out to be the insane fever dream of an artist called Matthew Collins, Drawings Against Genocide. The exhibition is described as drawings raising consciousness about hell. Israel is the pure encapsulation of it. Zionism is this terror state's ruling ideology. Shocked by the use of Nazi imagery, the room is full of the Star of David pasted around figures meant to be Israelis and the Jewish lobby spewing blood, to say nothing of blonde yummy mummies wearing Globalize the Intifada shirts. I spoke to the artist to share my reaction as a Jewish person. He was instantly aggressive. As soon as I started to say I was shocked and threatened by what I was seeing because it was Nazi imagery, the artist started yelling at me that I didn't mean anything I was saying. Anytime I tried to speak calmly, he said, "You don't mean any of what you're saying. You're just repeating Hasbara talking points because you're defending a genocide." On and on he yelled in my face. I said, "If I was a black person," but couldn't finish the sentence because you're not, are you? On the Nazi ideology point, he said, "Yeah, why do you think it's there? Israel are the Nazis." His breath was disgusting. The crowd began booing and closing in around me, making to shoo me out. I said, "Fine, get the Jew out," and he yelled more across the room at me, repeatedly Jewing, "Call the police, go ahead, call the police." I said I would, and the Community Security Trust, which features as a devil in his exhibition. This was met with even more jeering. "Yeah, call the CST," was the last thing I heard before leaving. Someone snapped pictures of me while I was being shouted at. Short video shows the artist. The longer video, okay, so she showed some videos. There was a very short one, a longer one, which she didn't take. And then, Daniel, I sent you some videos because people went there afterwards. But let's start with some of this guy's artwork. Show us Daniel a few of this artist's pieces. Yeah, can you zoom in? This is I guess an IDF soldier standing on blood and above a skull.
It looks like a 7-year-old drew it.
Yeah, I would say I'm most appalled by the notion that this is art.
He's 70, not 7. Yeah, Daniel, you want to zoom in? We can't really tell what this is, which might be for the better.
It's only you who have like small laptop screen that cannot tell. I have two huge screens.
I think Kirk is leaving in protest, but yeah, understandable. Christian in the chat says that's not art. Yesterday, actually, you know what? This actually might be an interesting conversation to have. We had it yesterday, but Kirk and Stuart weren't here. So I claimed it is art. At least it meets Rand's definition of art.
It's just very, very bad art. I mean, not just ideologically, but just in terms of execution. It's
But Raz is being rationalistic here. He's working from the definition towards the particular instead of trying to induce from reality.
Well, so I said according to Rand's definition, and I said this yesterday as well. I'm not, elaborating on whether, whether or not that's a different conversation. If you want to argue against Rand's definition, it's a separate conversation. But yeah, by that definition, this is a selective recreation of reality according to the artist's metaphysical value judgments. And as I said yesterday, you look at this and you know everything you need to know about this artist as a person and as an artist.
Yeah, and I grabbed the book "I Am Better Than Your Kids" by Maddox, where he harshly grades children's artwork. And like when I saw that, like I'm like, this looks like something you might see in that book.
I wanted to get that book.
Well, you should.
What city was this in?
Margate. It's about 2 hours from London by train. I know because I checked because I wanted to go there, and then I decided against.
You wanted to go see?
Is it a heavily Muslim city or?
No. This guy is He is a white British person, and the people I saw in those videos were all white British. How do racists say it? Indigenous people. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, art is a sort of high class endeavor, right? It's very posh.
Not this art.
Yeah.
Well, it still costs hundreds if you want to put that up on your wall.
Yeah. Manik Govinda, who was on the show earlier and is an art curator, said this is affordable and it's hundreds. And I'm like, define, that the fact that it's cheaper than artists, good artists' art is doesn't make it affordable. It's if it's free, just like Free Palestine, if it's free, it's still overpriced. Anyway, do we have videos of people? Yeah, we do have videos of people trying to go there, and we saw one of them yesterday, right?
This one.
Okay. But it's also like it all happened in seclusion, as if it's only that Israel, that the Jews have only been living by themselves, and nothing's happened either way. It's all. I mean, it's as if there is literally there's not two sides. There's only the Jews, the Zionists, and victimhood,
Oh my
isn't
god,
there?
that's Francesca Albanese.
I mean,
What? Where? I missed.
What?
I saw it.
and victim.
Oh.
This.
Oh. All right.
This is crap.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait, did that art say I don't like this person? I don't think you have to, like, art is not about telling your person, like, it's supposed to leave a little bit to the imagination.
And that's only good art, Daniel.
Oh, it's fine.
but it's like, it's complete dehumanization, isn't it? There's zombies, but it's also, there's no depictions of Palestinians.
No.
Nearly. I mean, okay, maybe underneath some bombs, maybe, but that's about it. Well, it's not even about that. It's just pure hate. I mean, this would.
All right. If you guys want to see this video, yeah.
No, I've seen more than enough.
All right. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, I said this earlier, but there is an irony there to this, not an irony, it's more than an irony, to this experience that Zoe had, you know, and she tweeted about on Saturday, and it became kind of headline news in this country. And yeah, the next night, last night, there is a terrorist attack. You know, do we have, Daniel? We have some clip of the people who are there, like shouting at people who try to go in and see what's going on, right?
I'm gonna take off, guys. Great to see you, and I'll catch you again very soon.
You too. Do you want to tell us where people can find you?
Oh yes, I have a Substack, stuartmargolis.substack.com, and I'm also on Facebook. Thanks, guys.
We didn't get to talk about Cuba, but I think the Cuba story isn't going away. So
yeah, exactly.
All right.
Okay. Bye-bye, guys.
See you soon. Okay.
Well, I ended up inadvertently waiting.
Yeah, Daniel needs to kick people out when they're. This is a thing we're learning. StreamYard. All right. Okay. Oh, and Bonnie says there is a new Substack from Stuart today, so yeah, go check that out. Cuba.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Cuba.
Daniel, before you give us some Cuba stuff, let me quickly, this is war. Let me go to some news. Yeah, okay. Trump
We
is
need
saying...
we need the soundboard for news. Like news. Isn't that something from South Park like that?
We're just reporting it?
No.
Yeah, Trump is saying that Iran is serious this time. Apparently, Iran is demanding some sort of passage tax. I don't know what they want to call it in the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, you know, this is this the way that they actually will get the compensation they talked about? Like that's, you know, it blows my mind that Trump is actually gonna is considering letting these people get away with it.
What do you want, another forever war, Razi, huh? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, what I liked about this war is this was actually going to be a war for victory, and that's it. But apparently it's not. And okay, apparently, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has addressed the negotiation between the U.S. and Iran for the first time. Okay. He says that he spoke to Trump and that Israel will preserve its essential interests in any situation. I don't know what that means, but he also says that Israel continues attacking in Iran and in Lebanon. Israel has bombed Dahia quarter in Beirut again, and some terrorists from Hezbollah have surrendered to Israeli soldiers. That's unusual in that area, but that's a good thing. I hope they rot in some sort of prison-like situation until until whenever. Okay.
Do we have more news?
Why are you asking in that way?
This is a Fox News Super Alert!
Is that from South Park?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to remember when.
Sounds like it's from the last season, right?
I think so. I brought it from a compilation of all of them, and I picked one.
Okay. Well, since it is a super alert, let me say that Netanyahu has called the heads of coalition parties for a urgent discussion in the next hour. They weren't told what it's about, so also not good news. I don't know. Like, it could be to do with Iran. It could be like, if Israel thinks Trump is about to pull the plug, it should double down as much as it can and as quickly as it can and get as much done as possible.
I mean, it could also not be about Iran. Just a reminder, election will have to happen at some point and be announced.
No, because if it's urgent, it's not going to be about the election. And reports are saying that they've already agreed that the election will be October 27th.
Oh, okay, cool.
Which means that those of us going to the Irreplaceable Spark conference October 17th and 18th in Austin, if we really want to, can make it to Israel to vote if we are eligible to do so. Even
can you just post?
No, it's Israel. You can't do that
kind
of stuff. Yeah, you have to be in Israel. Anyway, yeah.
Can I come and vote?
But it's what?
Can I come and vote?
Yes, you just need to become a Jew very quickly and then a citizen. But
I was able to vote in the American election. I voted for Kamala Harris 3 times, actually.
All right. Anyway.
Well, thank goodness MAGA outvoted the steal, Daniel.
Too big to rig.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look, 17th, 18th means there's enough time for the post-Spark Vegas trip and then the trip to Jackson, to Quentin Cordair Fine Art, and still to go back to Israel. And
you're like giving people 3 opportunities to like find us and do something to us. You're giving them the whole itinerary.
Look, Spark is the itinerary. Yeah, so don't worry. We will have security. Come get us if you want. Let's see what happens. Okay. Cuba, I also want to take another short break to make some more of this and take some more drugs. But, well, you know what? I can join you audio only, but don't go to me because I will be surrounded by people who might not want to hear this content. But if you have to, go to me. And also, before you go to the Cuba stuff, Daniel, can you just remind us quickly how far we are from Kirk and myself talking about? Okay, we are only 42 pounds and 28 pence from Kirk and me talking about Randy Orton's heel turn and what we think of it. And I don't know what Kirk thinks of it. I know what I think of it, and it's interesting. And also me explaining why counting cards and blackjack is not a thing. All right.
You guys better hurry up because I got to get going soon. So if you want to hear me talk wrestling, you better kick in, if you know what I'm saying.
That is, people, if you know that reference, you really should do a 42-pound, 28-pence in one go. That is possible. We don't have to do that kind of one super chat at a time. But yeah, I am going to be back in less than 10 minutes.
Somebody says, drugs are bad, okay?
Yeah.
All right, what are we doing? I mean, Kirk, anything that jumped up to you recently in the last week or so?
I mean, the news is kind of overloading my crow at the moment. There's just so much going on, so much to talk about and think about. It's hard to really focus. Even the Cuba stuff, like I've seen a lot of people talk about it on X, these Code Pink knuckleheads going over to Cuba, and supposedly they threw a concert, they stayed at a hotel, some of the streamers there may or may not have drove the internet into the ground. They may or may not have caused mass power outages, although before this Cuba was having trouble keeping the lights on. But a lot of people are saying that because so much energy and electricity was given preference to the 5-star hotels and the concerts that these Code Pink knuckleheads were attending, that may have caused power outages for much of the country or much of the area that it was happening in, to the point where even hospitals lost power. But that's only based off of stuff I've seen on X, so take that with a grain of salt. I try not to really base my thoughts and get all of my information through X. But that's you. Daniel asked me what I thought. That's what I'm going with at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny about the whole thing is like I don't even see what was the point of like the Code Pink. Like it was this like they're straight up just farming engagement by like going to Cuba. Like apparently Hasan Piker was there for like a day or two. Like he went in straight up to like take pictures and then got out. Like this is this is the kind. Yep.
I think he posted something like bragging about, oh, we're bringing all this aid, we're bringing solar panels because hey, we're there to help out the poor people of Cuba.
Okay, so Razi might straight up have to run back because I just realized we have the ARCUK book club starting, and I have to go and start it, meaning I cannot talk for a few minutes. Let's see if we can get Razi back on, or Kirk, do you have anything to talk for like 2 or 3 minutes so I can like run away for a little bit?
2 or 3 minutes. I'm sure I can do some riffing. Maybe I can riff about wrestling, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people might just say I'm out of here. Oh, Razi's back. Or is he back? I flipped over to YouTube. Never mind. He's not back. My bad. But if I talk about wrestling, then I'm going to discourage people from giving via the super chat.
Maybe it's a little teaser.
Yeah, I'm coming back.
Oh, here he is.
And we'll get Razi back. So,
but like the whole like Anthropic thing is another thing that's kind of been on a back burner for me. That I'm like, this seems like a big problem that I haven't really been able to sink my teeth into yet. That's like a whole other political issue that I haven't really been paying attention to because I've been more focused on what's going on in Iran, which even with this thing, it's like, I also got to pay attention to like what's going on in Lebanon. That's a whole other can of worms. And like what each country in Europe is, it's just hard to keep up with what everyone's saying. And then you also have to react to all of the horrible commentary from people like Tucker Carlson to see what they're saying. And yeah, there's just so much going on. in the news right now. It's overloading my crow.
Well, since you do have to leave soon, and I think the blackjack card counting is not a thing, is worth the super chat on its own. What do you think of the Randy Orton heel turn?
I'm liking it. I didn't like the idea of him and Cody both going in as faces, and I thought that you had to change at least one of them. And I don't know if they can turn. I know people have been speculating for years about whether or not or when they're going to turn Cody. I don't think they can do it yet. I think he still has like a huge impact on like the more younger WWE fans. Like if you saw the heel turn, like you saw like kids. I know there were a lot of people cheering on the heel turn. I think the more like older, like the late teen, younger adult fans are all about getting behind a heel Randy Orton. But like you saw shots in the crowd of kids, like they were crying. They looked sad that Cody was getting his ass beat during the heel turn.
Just quickly, secret bastrings. I don't think Iran is intentionally bombing Lebanon, but yes, they did have a missile or a couple of missiles fall there, which is funny indeed. So I don't understand it. Like, I do understand it, but look, Cody is already getting booed. We already have been here with John Cena. Some of us are old enough to remember this. Yeah. Like, why not turn the guy who's getting booed? Also, what do you think is going to happen if both of them are faces going into the contract signing? One is getting booed, one is getting cheered, and the guy getting cheered beats up the guy who's getting booed. Are people going to change their mind and start cheering the guy who's getting beat up? Yeah, Romancing the Troll says heel Orton is the original Orton. Yeah, heel Orton makes sense because Randy Orton is a real life heel. Like, from everything we know, he's not a nice person. It's and he plays the role very well. But no, you want to keep Cody at the top. I think Cody should have turned.
Is Randy still kind of a douchebag behind the? I sense that was kind of like who he was maybe like a decade and a half ago, but I've long sensed that he's kind of matured and he's like a kind of a cool guy now, but you'd probably know more than me.
Well, I don't know if he's still pooping in people's bags or anything, but once you have that reputation, it's it's kind of hard to lose it. But also, beyond that, look, what's the point in having your top star, who's a face, getting booed all the time, and keeping him at the top? Like, he's getting booed. Not because people think they should boo him, but because they actually don't want him at that spot.
Yeah, I think the whole Cody Rhodes run has kind of run its course, and I guess I have a little more patience than you right now. Maybe this will just kind of end up just kind of stalling out and going nowhere. But we haven't really seen Cody's response yet. And there's just in general a lot of history between these two guys. They were part of the group Legacy a decade and a half ago. They're both like the kids of wrestling families, and Randy like hinted like, oh, there's more than one royal family in wrestling. Like, is he bringing in Cowboy Bob Orton? Is he bringing back Ted DiBiase Jr., who I guess was just acquitted in his some welfare fraud scandal in Mississippi?
He was acquitted?
What?
He was acquitted? When did that happen?
I saw that. Yeah, Ted DiBiase. I think like the charges were thrown out or something.
I heard, yeah, because last I heard, if he was going to be convicted, he was going to go away for a long time. I assumed so the thing with Randy Orton on the phone, I assumed, and yeah, I think we should wrap this part up soon before we lose all the viewers, although we can talk about this for longer than I can talk about the war. I assumed he was talking to The Rock, but maybe that's wishful thinking on my part that The Rock is coming back, because if wrestling has more than one royal family, the Rhodes family isn't the next one you think of. It's the Samoan family that The Rock is from.
Yeah, what if this, a thought that came to mind, like if they're going to turn Cody heel, what if The Rock comes back at WrestleMania to help Cody win, and then Cody's like, "Yeah, you fans turned on me, and I gotta, I had to do what I needed to do to keep the title," something like that. That'd be fun to watch.
I like that, and I heard that they just fired the Road Dogg Jesse James from the creative team, so. Triple H, I know there's a spot there. You have a writer here who will fix the mistake that you made by turning Randy instead of Cody, even though you agree with the turning of Randy instead of Cody. But yeah, I think last time we were boring everybody with our wrestling talk on this stream. I was saying let's talk about the two main events because I like both of them because I was watching Legacy when they were around. So I remember the history there. I think Punk and Roman Reigns is also a great storyline. So I like the two main events. I like that they dropped the idea that one of them has to be a men's main event and one has to be a woman's main event. Just do the best, put what is best as the main event. So yeah.
I don't think they've done that in years. I think both main events have been both men for like at least the last 4 years, I think.
Yes, but they did it for a while, and it annoyed me. But yeah, all right. Any other thoughts on wrestling? Because we still have a few more viewers who haven't left.
Well, the real story in wrestling right now is the victorious El Grande Americano in AAA Lucha Libre. He's crushing it right now. He just won their big event a couple weeks ago, and the fans in Mexico are loving this El Grande Americano character. And I noticed over the weekend, for some reason, the X algorithm was feeding me all these posts of people saying, "Look at Ludwig Kaiser. This guy is Ludwig Kaiser's never coming back as Ludwig Kaiser. He's going to be El Grande Americano for the rest of his career because the fans in Mexico just love him so much as El Grande Americano."
That's first of all, comedy in wrestling has always been frowned upon, I think, for the wrong reasons. And if you're a comedy act, they sort of don't take you seriously as a main eventer, which I think is sad because there were some people with great potential who were overlooked because they were comedy acts.
Are you liking Danhausen on WWE, by the way?
No, not at all.
I love
it has to be a comedy act that has some sort of wrestling connection. I didn't like Danhausen on AEW. I don't like him on. It's like it's something you can bring in once every few WrestleManias, like the gobbledygooker, and that's it. I don't want to see this like all the time on shows. But I like Santino Marella. I could see him like they could put him on for half an hour every week. I liked the El Grande Americano story from the beginning, and the fact that he's actually over in Mexico is amazing. So yeah,
I've been really into that ever since I realized that El Grande's version is like huge in Mexico. I've just been really fascinated with that whole storyline, and it drives me crazy that in America, on American television, he's still a heel whenever he wrestles in the United States. I'm like, you guys, they need to fix that. It doesn't make sense for him to then just become like a dirty heel, and like the crowd doesn't like him. Like, why couldn't they figure out how to make him a face in both? And then clearly make Chad Gable's El Grande Americano the bad
guy. Romancing the trolls. You're not romancing us by mentioning David Arquette. Look, what I hope is what we finally get to see is El Grande Americano doing some surprise match in Cuba and beating, it can be a handicap match. You can beat Owen Jones and Hasan Piker in a 2-on-1 and liberating Cuba. That's what I'd like to see.
No, you got to bring back, what was that Soviet tag team from the 80s? You got to bring back one of those guys for him to wrestle in Cuba.
I don't know who was that. Was Nikolai Volkov one of them?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah. Although we have yeah. Oh yeah, Romancing the Trolls also says Volkov. Was there a tag team? Who's the other one?
I forget the other one. I can look it up. Volkov.
Yeah, Romancing the Trolls. I don't mind celebrity appearances in wrestling. I mind when they put the belt on a celebrity that isn't actually wrestling. So David Arquette is a dark period in the history of professional wrestling.
Boris Zukov. Him and Volkov were the Bolsheviks.
That is a great name for a heel tag team.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel is now interested. See, people, you're missing out. Wrestling historically, was very political. When I sometimes watch stuff from on Netflix from the early years of Raw, they're actually talking about stuff in the news. Like the commentators are talking about Republicans did this, Democrats did that, and part of it was because Vince McMahon was on trial, or was not on trial, but was had these hearings in Congress and wanted to shit on politicians. So he uses announcers to do so, and he was one of the announcers. But yeah,
I guess Volkov died back in 2018, but Boris Zukov is still alive, so maybe they could get him going.
And I believe the guy who played Muhammad Hasan is still around. So if they can find him and revive that character, that was a great heel character. And the fact that they had to get rid of the character because it turned out to be real. Yeah, that shit's real. And if you want to have wrestling, kind of a reflection of the culture, you have to have the bad stuff. Who are we gonna boo? This is what happens. You end up booing the guy with a U.S. tattoo on his neck because you don't have a Muhammad Hasan as the foil. So yeah, Triple H, Kirk and I are available. We will charge you only a few $1,000 an hour for consulting. So yeah, give us a call. And Romancing the Troll says, too bad Iron Sheik and Sergeant Slaughter aren't around for this. I mean, what? So they can form a tag team against patriotic Americans? Because remember, Sergeant Slaughter turned heel, as we discussed last time.
Sergeant Slaughter, is he dead? I think he's still alive. I know Iron Sheik isn't, but Slaughter, he's still alive.
Oh, really?
I guess he's just like, he was born in 48. Maybe he's just not able to go anymore. But maybe that's what the comment meant.
All right. Romancing the Troll says that was traumatizing as a kid. Yeah, that's back to the point. Yeah, we will get to you in a second. Although if you have any wrestling comments, feel free to jump in.
Hello and good evening. Looking forward for the rest of the stream.
So yeah, what you said about Cody getting beaten up and kids being traumatized, that's part of it. If you have your kids watch wrestling, if the heel always wins and never gets beaten up, that's not an interesting show. So that's going to happen, people. Yeah, nothing will ever beat Ms. Girl. Her response when Miz beat Randy Orton for that title.
The most traumatizing event for me was when Shawn Michaels lost his smile. I went to bed crying that night.
Jesus. Yeah, actually, yeah, I remember as a kid being traumatized by like Tatanka losing a match for the first time.
Oh, Ludwig Borga. Yeah, I remember that.
Ludwig Borga, who, by the way, ended up being like a member of parliament in Finland for like the fascist party or something, right?
Yeah.
See, it all comes back, people. This is not off topic. Romancing the Troll says, I was Team Marty Jannetty. That's a different story. That's earlier in this is not when Shawn Michaels lost his smile. This is when Shawn Michaels turned heel on his tag team partner by throwing him through a barbershop window.
Yeah.
Thank you, Apollo Zeus, for the super chat. Apollo Zeus asks, anybody play Fire Pro Wrestling World?
I play WrestleQuest, which is a wrestling-themed RPG, which if you're into turn-based JRPGs, that's something you might enjoy, Razi.
Yeah, Daniel?
Nothing.
What?
I'm looking up WrestleQuest on Steam.
Yeah, I played it on the Switch. It might be on Steam.
This looks awesome.
Yeah.
All right, people, you want to get back to the topic for the 38 people who generously, some of them are interested in wrestling. I know some of you are very patiently awaiting us moving on. And yeah, moving on to the second part of the Super Chat goal. We already have no ads, but what we do have is Yar in a vest. So yeah, we are staying not on the topic of the war, but don't worry, we have time. We will get back to the war, and we will win it. We will win it dressed very well. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Happy to be here. Thank you, Elias Morven, for ordering my book. Much appreciated. Thank you for your super chats. I'm really glad we have reached the goal. And I have a very special treat for you this evening. I am already dressed up, so you can see the fashion show very soon. I would actually start right now. So the traditional, regular suit jacket, huge collar for the shirt, just like I like it, with the tie. And beneath, I have my wonderful vest, which I will now demonstrate without the suit jacket. So, as you can see, this vest has some very interesting features. It is my finest, most, how should I say, most exciting vest. So please observe. So first of all, it is a double-breasted vest. So you have 2 rows of buttons, but they are actually diagonal. They are not straight. They form this trapeze shape, I guess, in the vest. It is also peak lapel. This is a vest with lapels, and those lapels are peak lapels. This is the fanciest of the fanciest. This not only it is a vest with lapels, these are peak lapels, the peak of lapels. So as you can see, this beautiful pointed upwards lapels, full of confidence, very large, the whole deal. And as you can see, very fancy, very vibes of high society. This is a vest for people who knows what they're doing. As you can see, it has a regular strap in the back for adjustment. And let me take a few steps back so you can see the whole thing. There you go. And I'll also rotate a little bit, turn it down so you can see the shoes as well. Regular black shoes. Pants, reaching all the way down with a little break, with the cuffs like the previous pants, although these are regular dress shoes. And let me also show you the whole suit with the jacket. There you go. This is also a tie I like very much. A very big, very broad, very confident tie with an interesting pattern. Not a traditional tie, like in today's, popular fashion. But this is basically it. This is the suit, and I will be wearing the vest as long as I could stay on the stream. I'm happy to say that my last missile alert was yesterday around midnight. So far I've had a good night's sleep and the whole day without sirens. At my area, I can tell that there has not been missile launches from Iran to Israel for at least 11 hours, as far as I can tell. And me personally, I haven't experienced sirens for a relatively long time. And also, I have made a new preemptive alert sound because I like to freshen things up. I hear those alerts so often, so it's nice to refreshen up a little bit. So let me play for you guys. Oh, shit. Let me play for you guys the new sounds. So basically, the sound for exiting the shelter has not changed. This is the happy sound. This is the sound of confidence, of getting back to regular, getting out of emergency situation. So I have used the Riz sound effect. You've heard it. This is the sound of, we got what we wanted. The emergency is over. We can get down to business. So this is the sound for end of emergency. Now, for the sound of, this is the sound for now when I have a preemptive alert. I know that I have to go to shelter soon. There will be sirens soon. Let me just mute for a moment to see this is the right one. All right, so now when I get the alert that there's going to be sirens, this is what I hear.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
And this is the vibe. This is the mood. Once again, shit, here we go again. Fellow speedrunners and GTA San Andreas fans would recognize it. So yeah, this is pretty much it for me in this context of the fun and fashion show and personal updates and suit. I'm glad, as I can see in the chat, I'm glad you like it, and I'm glad you like my new alert sound. And pretty much this is it on my end. I have some commentary on, I think you probably talked about, like, negotiations with Iran, trading, and stuff like that. So please.
We will get to that in a bit, but yeah, thank you. Yeah, definitely worth the price of getting that super chat goal. And remember, you got that along with the removal of ads and supporting this channel and our work. So, Daniel, we are only 40 pounds and 27 pence from me explaining to people who are considering a career as blackjack players who count cards why it is not a thing. Again, if you enjoy blackjack, you want to spend some money, make sure you are okay with losing all of it, which is perfectly fine as entertainment. You buy a concert ticket. Kirk is not getting back the money he paid for his WrestleMania tickets, but he doesn't want it. He wants to be at WrestleMania. It's worth it. If you want to be at the blackjack table for a couple of hours, it's worth it. If you think you're going to get rich quick or slow from that, do not think about it. It's not going to happen. I will explain. It will definitely, if you're considering a career as a blackjack player, invest this 40 pounds and 27 pence. It will save you a lot of money down the road. Kirk, I know you are leaving soon, unless we can convince you to stay to hear my don't be a card counter advice.
No, I think I will head out. I told myself 1 o'clock is probably the latest I can stick around. And in general, I already am not a big gambling guy, so I don't think this advice would really suit me much. But good luck to everyone who does like to play blackjack. I hope this advice steers you in a better direction.
And do you have any other parting thoughts? And also, where can people find you?
Can find me on YouTube at Kirk Wilcox. I make a lot of political satire videos. I stream. Lately, I've been streaming twice a week on Twitch, giving updated commentary to what's going on in the news. I've taken a break from reading the Karen because I think what's going on in the news is related to Islam and politics. So that's why I've been covering the news more on my Twitch streams. And you can follow me on Elon Musk's website, formerly known as Twitter, at Kirk Wilcox, my name. And yes, thanks for having me on. What?
When are you coming to live stream on YouTube?
On YouTube? Guess you'll have to wait and find out. Anyways, thanks for having me on today. Hope I gave some quality commentary. Hope everyone enjoyed my appearance today. And yeah, enjoy talking about blackjack.
Glad to see you, Kirk. Great fan.
See you soon, hopefully. And yeah, thanks.
Later.
Daniel, anything from you before I go to Eyal for updates and for his thoughts on some of the stuff we discussed earlier today, unless he has left. Hopefully he will be back shortly. Unless Daniel is just moving everybody from the stage. That could be the thing.
No, it's my bad. I had to refresh the page.
Daniel, do you want to? Yeah, any thoughts from you? And then I have something else.
Nothing right now.
Okay. So Yar gave us a fashion show. Daniel, can you also give us a brief fashion show? This is not to be worn at black tie events, but it is to be worn, and it is only $35. You get your own Nikos Guevara. People will look at that. First of all, you will get compliments from some communists who just won't look closely enough, and other people will look at that and wonder what it is. And this is how the revolution starts. So get your Nikos Guevara T-shirt today. Objectivism.co.uk/shop. Yeah, it also has the Ayn Rand Center UK for profit on the back in case people
Now,
see.
Nico's shirts don't have. That's just my specific shirt, but we also have for profit shirts.
Yes, we do also sell for profit shirts, which is they make a great tag team. Speaking of wrestling, one day you show up as Nikos Guevara with Nikos Guevara on your shirt, and people are like, "Oh, okay, it's fellow traveler." And then the next day you show up with a shirt that says Ayn Rand Center UK for profit, and people think, "Hang on, did you change your mind? Were you a communist and now you're a capitalist?" And then you can explain, no, although Nikos was a communist and now he's a capitalist, no, that was not Che, that was Nikos Guevara. Okay, yeah, thoughts on the news of today and last night?
I was wondering, sorry for missing out, what was your take on the news about negotiation, about market manipulation, all of this kind of marvelous things?
So is market manipulation an actual theory? Is this what people are hoping it is? Or do people think it's, yeah, because I don't actually know.
I've seen some posts that claim that it has some evidence for basically market actions, like right before the statement, like probably from insiders, but take this with a grain of salt. And basically that the question is, who is Trump bluffing? Is Trump bluffing the Iranians? Is Trump bluffing the oil trade? Is Trump bluffing Israel? Or does he even know? Like, either it's a negotiation to create a Venezuela-like scenario where they appoint another Ayatollah, as Trump said. Either it's a negotiation to stall time to prepare for an attack on Carg Island or whatever. Either it's a manipulation on the traders to keep the oil prices low. It's a question. Nobody knows. We can only speculate based on the very small amount of facts we know and based on, like, people hiding what they're actually up to in this fog of war. We don't have enough knowledge as of now. We know in the future. But it's these are very interesting times. It can go from here to either or. It could be the end of the Ayatollah regime, the obliteration of this terror entity, or it could be another ceasefire with them existing and getting ready for the next round. You know what I wish for. I want them to end. I hope for the right decisions to be made. I really want that, but trying to judge it objectively, I honestly don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, as I was saying earlier.
Wait, Razi, once again, I have this bug. I have to rejoin, but I'll be here now.
All right. So, well, I think people here may have heard me say this earlier, but yeah, when I look at this, and I think, where are we going to be in a year? I look at it and I think, okay, hopefully we're going to look back at this, whether it's a year from now or 6 months or a week from now. We could look back at this and say, remember how worried we were that that Trump is gonna is actually gonna basically decide to pull the plug, and it turns out it was just a way of confusing the enemy or what have you. and we were confused along the way. And I hope that's what happens. But right now we are in this situation where we don't know the answer to the question, and it is a life and death question. So it's being concerned right now, even though we will find out the answer soon enough, it makes perfect sense to be concerned. And
this is in essence, it's life or death in the long term.
Yeah, it's life or death in the long term and potentially in the short term. I mean, so Trump, it could be just words, but there's also the thing that it's also action. It is the fact that he gave a 48-hour ultimatum, which he's now completely ignoring, and it's the fact that he is, while not yet pulling the plug, scaling things back, and scaling things back gives Iran an opportunity, to hide weapons, to prepare the next round, the next stage in this very war. So yeah, there's a lot to be concerned even with where we are right now, but a lot more to be concerned about if this is a serious thing on his part, and he so
I have another update.
Yeah.
So a few minutes ago, Iran have launched missiles towards southern Israel, towards Eilat. So the 10-ish hours of no missile from Iran has officially ended. And also former IRGC commander Mohsen Rezai said, if Trump attacks Iran infrastructure, it won't be eye for an eye anymore. It will be an eye met with a head, a hand, and a foot. America will be crippled. So there, once again, I think the Iranian regime is really frightened of an attack of its vital infrastructure, rather than only hitting military capabilities as we're doing now, and leadership. They're worried of entering a real catastrophe for the Iranian regime and also Iranian people. So very interesting future ahead of us. Me personally, I don't think, I doubt Trump will actually do something that will have such catastrophic results on the Iranians. Unfortunately, such things is needed. It is needed for the regime to surrender. This is the primary we're looking for here. Because if this regime will not surrender, so the over 90 million Iranians are screwed anyways. So at least now, by ruining this regime, we can help ourselves and also secondary free the Iranian people.
Yeah. Somebody in the chat says, can also be that they panicked about the Dimona Arad strikes and needed a delay until Marines get there. I don't think they panicked about that. Israel knows. Again, I can't possibly imagine. Yeah, maybe you know better, and maybe you're allowed to say, or maybe you're not. I can't imagine that if it actually struck the nuclear facility, anything would happen. Like I can't imagine that Israel has nukes there that are going to be detonated by a ballistic missile hitting them, or any dirty bomb situation, or any. It sounds not plausible to me, but and again, remember in Dimona and Arad, a lot of damage was caused and a lot of people were injured, but nobody was killed, and that's despite the fact that many people weren't even in shelter. So yeah.
Well, listen, this is a big secret, and I should not be saying this, but basically Israel is storing all of its nuclear arsenal in Qatar, particularly in Doha. So I really hope, the Iranians don't try to get that. It will be very bad, a very big no-no. It will be very against Israeli interest if you strike Doha intensively. So please don't do it. It will ruin all of our nuclear arsenal. Thank you.
Yeah. And look, it is possible that they are waiting for for the aircraft carrier that's on its way, and that they're for the ground troops or the Marines, whoever is going to do whatever it is that they're going to do. So it's and we don't even know. Michael Kaufman has said on this on the streams that he thinks the whole negotiation before the war was all bullshit, like intentionally on Trump's side, in order to build up the necessary military firepower in the region. So yeah, there's the stuff we don't know. Yeah, Shadow says, who knows? We'll find out Friday, I guess. Yeah, or we can find out sooner, for better or worse. So let's see. Yeah, look, last year we actually speculated before Trump pulled the plug that he will, and he did, and he forced Israel into a ceasefire. Iran happily obliged, but then of course fired and killed 4 Israelis, and Trump took his anger out on Israel for wanting to respond to that, which essentially ended the ceasefire. Like, the end of the war should have ended, as in the war should have restarted as soon as that happened, and Israel should have completely destroyed whatever they wanted to. Again, remember, neither America nor Israel are using anywhere near the full might of their militaries, and so that can be stepped up.
Agreed.
Moody says Blackjack is the only casino game which gives the punter a chance, isn't it? I mean, it's the game that statistically, if you play perfect basic strategy, the house edge is the smallest. You are still over time going to lose money to the casino, most likely. But it is also a game where if you count cards and do it properly, the edge turns to your advantage, but still a slight edge. And again, over time with a major bankroll. And again, card counting is not really a thing that is in the realm of possible to almost any of us. And I will explain why when we get to our next Super Chat goal. It will be interesting. And for anybody who's considering a career in Blackjack, this will be worth the £40 because you will save a lot of money that you are going to lose if you think you're going to become a professional Blackjack player. Okay. Robin says, enough about Blackjack. What about Jack Black? Big fan. I don't want to say something and then you'll tell me he's pro-Palestinian or something, but Tenacious D, I won't, but I can sing full songs of theirs from memory. So again, no amount of super chat will get me to do that on this stream, but yeah, big fan.
This is not the greatest military operation in the world. This is just a tribute.
Actually, it is in some ways the greatest. But yeah, I'm afraid we also will be looking back and we're going to say we couldn't remember the greatest military operation in the world and end up with what's going on in Gaza. By the way,
I have news.
Yes.
Bahrain submits a draft UN resolution targeting Iran, authorizing member states to secure freedom of navigation and counter threats in the Strait of Hormuz, including within coastal waters, until Security Council decides otherwise. Now, I just want to say the UN is a joke, and just it's like the UN is a demonstration of everything's bad with democracy and with global government together. It basically makes an equal out of tyrannical regimes and with like free societies, giving them equal vote and binding over like basically a majority of dictatorship can force a right respecting country to follow their wishes according to the UN, which is a screwed up organization. Having said that, it is a very good indication that Bahrain acts in this god-awful organization against Iran. It means that the Gulf countries are starting to see it as a proper move, which means they basically see the event leaning towards an end for the IRGC, because I think one of the major things that's stopping them from striking Iran is a fear of the IRGC remaining and then paying back for them defending themselves against it. So seeing those processes indicates that maybe the Gulf states are getting a little bit of courage to do the right thing. Not that we need them that much, but it's still good to see them going against Iran.
Yeah, as soon as Jack Black was mentioned, Daniel sent me something that he said in support of the Palestinians and ruined Tenacious D for me forever. Thanks, Daniel. Paul asks in the chat,
Very
is
sad.
Lebanon looking like Gaza yet? No, and even Gaza looking like Gaza wasn't sufficient, because it just looks good in the sense that it looks like justice had been served, but it hasn't. And Gaza, actually, we might. Did I send you a video, Daniel, about Gaza, or did I send it to myself without having watched it, but thought it might be worth watching here? Because, yeah, stuff is happening. Okay, this is probably going to be in Hebrew, so I don't know how much of it we'll watch, but let's watch some. Let's see what exactly is happening in Gaza right now.
תתאר לנו את הסיטואציה הזאת ומתי היא קרתה, זאת שלמעלה.
טוב, זה מהימים האחרונים. מה שאנחנו רואים שם זה מפעלות שנכנסות.
You can play it and I'll try to translate at least the gist of it. These are trucks from recent days going into Gaza. I don't know where they're going.
You can play it on mute and I'll read the subtitles in English.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, you can start from the beginning then. So the title is how Hamas is powering up, like getting force in the Gaza Strip. He's asking what's going on here. This is from recent days. What we see here is convoys of trucks coming into Gaza Strip. They are already here within Gaza Strip. On the trucks, we have Hamas people sitting on top of the trucks. But some of them are armed with firearms, and some are not with firearms, some sticks and things like that. This is Rafael Chayul. He has a civilian surveillance operation following Gaza, and he proves to us that Hamas hasn't gone anywhere. And he's saying now, what you see is the trucks with the armed Hamas people, which means it's okay, Hamas is cool. And the UN is also inside this deal. Everybody is cooperating with them. Here is a UN vehicle escorting the convoy with the armed Hamas people as if everything's okay. And this is another video he shows in Khan Yunis 2 weeks ago. Hamas rules the Gaza Strip until the yellow line. From the yellow line is the IDF, so we cannot go there. But until the yellow line, full control of Hamas in Gaza, no stories. Those nukhbos we've seen are now opening the main traffic of Gaza in the morning, masked with RPG or firearms. It has a very clear message. When you see this, you, the Israeli, and the Gazan inside, it means, gentlemen, I own this place. Whoever confused you, I set the rules. This is like Hamas giving this message. 4 months since the ceasefire, the people surrounding Gaza looking on the changes in front of their eyes, worried. Hamas keeps empowering itself. And some of its strengths come from this truck of aid, comes in front of my house, in front of my face. You see this video, you see the tenders, you see the trucks in this Hamas parade with their green ribbons and weapons. We've been promised that everyone who just come out with this green ribbon of Hamas will cease to exist. By the way, do you see this armed man? This is what's interesting in this video. You see the armed guy? You see him with the weapon? These are Hamas people. Another one with weapon. This one's armed, this one's armed. What they have behind them, this vest, not mine. What is this vest? This is like civil defense. Another example for Hamas power demonstration is this funeral of one of the terrorists eliminated by IDF, and Raphael found him in social media. This is the funeral. Why doesn't IDF attacks it? They shoot in the air. Look at this funeral. Everybody's armed. You tell yourself, are you serious? Now, it's not only weapons. Maybe it's not Hamas, you can say. They have Hamas banners. These are terrorists. Are we allowed to attack? I don't know. Probably not, like the ceasefire deal. Israel is busy with Lebanon and Iran. But Hamas returns to recruit fighters and take control over the area started way before. The question, if you can now, during the mess with Hamas and with Iran and Hezbollah, open a third front. This is a good question. First of all, the ceasefire came into power in November 2025. Until the war in Iran, it took 2 months. In this time, Hamas walked. You don't have to wait 2 months. First day it happened. Hamas already armed in the main intersections of Gaza and is the sheriff of town. Everybody sees it. What have you done with it? We cannot allow a situation of slowly backwards, going backwards to the situation. This is Hamas' interest. Being, silent, like taking power while we mess with Iran. You work in Lebanon, they keep working. They pay salaries, they recruit people, they're rebuilding tunnels, they smuggle with drones. They're looking for the way to kill IDF on the yellow line. Every week, Gaza receives 4,200 trucks. Hamas takes a 15% charge. He doesn't need the Qatari money anymore. Another way for Hamas to build its economy is it also gets the donations for Gazans. And then with this money, it recruits fighters. Hamas is an employer. It's not only the police and military of Gaza. It's the big employer of Gaza. It has 25,000 men in uniform. It has 40,000 men in civilian clothing. And there are clerks in the civilian mechanism runs Gaza. It has about 50,000 people. They eat from it, but also feed their family for Hamas money. They used to need the Qatari money. Now they're getting money from the donations and the aid. They have 500 workers in a charity in Gaza. He took a little number from this list, 22 names, and he examined those particular names. One participated in October 7th. Both of his sons, terrorists, participated in October 7th. This is only out of the 22 he checked. It's not accurate to say IDF is not doing anything. In the past 2 weeks, 20 terrorists were killed for breaking the ceasefire. The IDF destroyed rocket factories and tunnels. But IDF is not free to act like it used to be before ceasefire. Today, whomever runs Gaza Strip is not Israel, it's the White House. This is what he's saying. He thinks the best case scenario is to have freedom to act militarily, to help Hamas in its core inside Gaza Strip. And you can do it, you have the capabilities. But you don't do it because you don't have a green light to do it. Or somebody may have an interest. Not in our place, but somewhere else in Israel, in Jerusalem, who wants Hamas to exist. I, as a citizen who came back to live next to Gaza after being almost 2 years away from there, I don't know what's going on today. Today, my sources is not the sources I've been looking on until October 7th. Today, my sources is me doing research. What are you doing? I go to all sort of places citizens shouldn't go there. And I go until somebody stops me. Or until somebody will shoot at me. She goes to observe, basically. A guy from next to Gaza wants to come back to his home. If you think you're protected, If you can defend yourself, you can stay. But they're going to tell you IDF is on the yellow line. I don't trust the IDF to protect them. I meet former executives in some sort of systems. I don't hear optimism from them. I hear a lot of worry from them. I want the army commander, to look at me and tell me, I watch you, I got your back. Because next time when he goes away, nobody's gonna tell anything to the people. When I hear people afraid, it freaks me out. It is. טוב, קשה לי כבר. Razi, I'm tired of translating.
All right. I think we got the gist of it though, and that is very impressive, Yael. It's not easy, people, to do simultaneous translation. Thank you for that. And yeah, if it's not clear, and I'm sure viewers of this channel, it is clear what happens when you let terrorists off the hook. They don't say, okay, let's stop being terrorists. They are emboldened. So Hamas has been emboldened by their victory in the war over the past 2.5 years, and now they are ready for the next round, or getting ready for the next round. They will decide when that happens, unfortunately, because Israel is letting them decide when it happens. Instead of using at the very least this opportunity now to take care of some business in Gaza, Israel is this is the front on which Israel really refuses to fight and refuses to do things, because and the reason it refuses is because of the way Hamas fights. Hamas hides behind civilians much more than Hezbollah does, although they do to an extent, much more than the Iranian regime does, although they do as well to an extent. For Hamas, that is all they are. They are civilians. You never saw any Hamas in any uniform the whole time the IDF was there. They were never in uniform. They were still Hamas, but they were not in uniform. So they were not Hamas, and they were civilians. And yeah, Starhopper is right. The civilians need to go too. Yes, everybody needs to go. The people of Gaza cannot stay in Gaza if Israel wants to live in peace and security. The same goes for the Arabs in the West Bank. And that lesson, unfortunately, October 7th wasn't bad enough. Like that's what I can take away from this. October 7th wasn't bad enough for Israel to learn that lesson. So the next time, either it will be bad enough for Israel to learn the lesson, or it will be worse than bad enough to learn the lesson, and Israel will just be gone. Thank you, Vin Lewis, for the super chat. Yeah,
I have a point on how unique is the case of Gaza and the Palestinians, because one can ask, how come Hamas human shield strategy is so effective in Gaza, and in Iran and Lebanon this strategy is not as effective? And the reason is Palestinianism as an ideology. And Palestinianism, I think it's the most evil ideology on earth as of now, because these people are so death-oriented that they are willing to destroy their whole life and really get to such low levels and give up their own dignity just for the sole purpose of Jews dying. And it's not only like, a bunch of terrorists, reaching such a level of brainwash so they go do suicide bombing. The number of suicide bombers is not extremely high. I'm talking about like hundreds of thousands of people, a whole culture, a whole society of Palestinians, of Arabs adopting the Palestinian ideology, willingly supporting Hamas strategy of using them as human shields. Like in any other place in the world, such a regime would have been outrun by its own people. Even in Lebanon, even in Iran, a regime that would strategize the use of the death of its own citizen to gain its political goals to such an extent will eventually be toppled, just because people understand, okay, I have nothing to gain out of it. Even the supporters of this regime will figure out, okay, I have nothing to get out of it but death. So I'd rather try to stay alive in some way and fight this regime, even if it's like a huge risk. But the people in Gaza are saying like, yeah, I know it's death, it's horrible. I'll lose my house. I'll live in tents. I'll be a victim my whole life. My friends and family will die. But this is good because Jews are dying as well. And this is very unique to the Palestinians. This suicidal, this sacrifice for the sake of death in such an explicit way, so deep in their culture and ideology. This is really mind-boggling to observe it. So this is a very unique case, and once again, it's the fault of the altruists, of the collectivists, of those forming the Palestinian identity. But the Israelis are also have some sort of secondary blame here because they allowed this to happen with their mercy. Israelis having mercy for the suicidal murderer basically allowed it to exist and gain power, and are still feeding this murderer to this day. So this is my point on Gaza.
Yeah, Shadows asked, why doesn't Israel just adopt the civilians and actually treat them better, offer them jobs and education so they can get out of Hamas's influence? And then later says, the problem is as long as they are there without a way to educate themselves and have proper jobs, they have nothing to do but join these groups. Okay, let me just try to get to the bottom of that way of thinking, because Israelis were slaughtered by Gazans. So what Israel and some Gazans participated, the rest celebrated. Nobody objected in any way. Nobody did anything to help release the hostages at any point. So what Israel should do now is give, I don't know what as a country, but let's say, give work permits. As somebody pointed in the chat, by the way, they had work permits. That's how they mapped out the murder zones. Like, that's how they decided, they figured out where they should murder, where they should go. That was all due to the generosity of Israel allowing Gazans to come to work in Israel. But the idea is, okay, people want to murder you, so what you should do is give them jobs. Like, what kind of a job application is that? Why not give jobs? If you have jobs that you're hiring for, why not give them to people who don't want to murder you, who aren't trying to do that? What sort of extra privilege have these people gained by wanting to slaughter Jews? I'm completely leaving aside the idea that this would work. I'm asking how you get to the point that this is something that Israel should now do. No, what Israel should do is accept that the Palestinians are who they want to be. They are Jew murderers above all else, above humans who want to live. And then Israel, having accepted that, should decide, okay, is Israel as the Jewish state going to protect its own citizens and say, no, you are not going to be able to finish the job that Hitler started on our watch because we are armed and ready to fight back? Or are they going to say, what can we do to make you not kill us? And what you're proposing, by the way, has happened. Again, this is 30 plus years, 30 years since between almost to the day, but between the signing of the Oslo Accords and October 7th. But even before that, that was the approach. Arabs just want to kill Jews because Jews did something wrong. No, they want to kill Jews because that is their ideology, that is their philosophy. And if Israel were to acknowledge that, it would fight back against the people of Gaza and Judea and Samaria properly, rather than in the kid glove way that it has been fighting this war so far.
I'd like to address the super chats.
Okay, let me read them, and I will read them one by one. So thank you, John, for the super chat. John asks, can re-immigration in the EU really happen? Is it idiotic? Yeah, let's address that one. Your thoughts on it?
I want to address the second one, actually.
Okay, so I will address the first one. I first of all, I don't like the term, but it's mostly because of the people I hear the term from. So I haven't delved into its definition, but I don't like the idea. Also, I don't like the idea because people who talk about immigration as such as a problem, which is what happens when you don't want to fully name the actual problem. There's a problem with Muslims in Europe, in the UK, everywhere in mainland Europe, and the way to solve that problem is to address the issue, declare war where needed, and in that sense, if people need to get kicked out, I would kick them out, but even that I would do on a more individual basis. Uh, Overall, immigration is a good thing and should be encouraged. But the type of immigration that Europe has been encouraging is the type of immigration that causes problems. And even there, like you can come from a shithole country. That's a good thing generally. People coming from a shithole country to make a better life for themselves. If you can come here from a shithole country and get welfare, which means you never have to work, everything is covered, but and then you you have the time also to stir shit and then have no real concerns because you might be let off the hook because we don't want to be racist, or you get sent to a prison which is like a 3-star hotel. Then so those problems need to be solved. Law enforcement and the way the criminal justice system, the way criminals are punished, that is an issue to be resolved there, I think. Thank you, Secret Bass Rings, for the super chat. Secret Bass Rings says, China's draconian methods against Muslims in Xinjiang is approved by the Palestinian Authority. Should Israel just copy them? No transparency nor burden of proof. How can they complain? Yeah.
Okay, so let me address the first part. So China's methods against Muslims is basically approved in silence by the Arab world for the following reasons. And I'm basing this statement on things I've read. I've actually read online forums of Muslims where someone asked this question, like, hey, fellow Muslims, why are we giving moral approval to China? Why do we see China as an ally, even though they are basically sending Muslims to re-education camps? And the answer was, China is our ally against the Western world, which means basically the political Islam is about destroying the Western world, is about enslavement. And China is enslaving our fellow Muslims in a different form of Islam that we don't want, but it's quite non-essential for our primary goals, which is destruction of the Western world first and foremost, so we can move on to run the oppression the way we like it. Israel is the Western world. So in the perspective of Muslims and Palestinians, it's not that if Israel will get a free pass to do anything, especially not to send people to re-education camps against Islam. And this is not the solution. The solution is to fight political Islam in different ways. We need to fight the political movements. We need to re-educate societies, not in forms of re-education camps, but in forms of similar to denazifications, which means barring and making political Islam and its jihadist implications forbidden by law everywhere, and basically persecuting people, promoting this aspects of Islam, the aspects of political violence against anyone, especially non-Muslims, which is the primary goal. So no, I'm against sending random Muslims into camps to re-educate them. It's not the point. We need to fight the evil of Islam and everyone who is willingly and explicitly adopting these evils. We don't need to punish people for belonging to a collective. There is a difference between a political movement with implications on the life of the innocents. There is a difference between a political movement for violence and people belonging to some sort of a group. And yes, this is not an easy task. For example, when we fight Gaza, we fight the political movement within the territory. So everybody in the territory is basically either an enemy or collateral damage in our path to destroy evil. But once evil is defeated, once Israel rules Gaza, it's time for re-education, not in the way of camps and torture, but in the way of building a new society that in which violence is outside of the game. Besides, the state using violence to stop criminals. So this is my point on this case.
Okay, and I see, I sort of haven't read the whole conversation, but I see there's some idea of like asking people questions, when they come in or when or whatever. And I want to, I told this story a couple of days ago, but I think it's relevant now. That last week I was at a British citizenship ceremony, and I walk in, into the audience part of it, and of course the people who are getting their citizenship are already seated, and there's two parts where they sit. There's the part where people swear allegiance to the country or whatever, and then there's the part where people affirm, which is the non-religious thing to do when you're not religious. And when I walked in, and the first thing I see is so many people on the affirmation side, my initial reaction was positive. And then I noticed that almost all the women who had their hair covered are on the affirmation side, because it's more comfortable to lie. Taqiyya is more comfortable when you're not holding your hand on the Quran. So yeah, I don't know if asking questions. There's a question when you fill in your ESTA, right? That is something like, are you a terrorist? Maybe somebody would accidentally. I think it's more likely that good people will accidentally click the wrong button than you're actually going to find any terrorists with such questions. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but profiling is a good thing. It actually works, and it's profiling. In a you don't shoot people because they look like they might be a terrorist. But I think when I'm in Israel and I go to the airport to fly back home, I probably am more often stopped at the entrance to the airport than Iyar is, just to be asked a few questions, and yeah, that is a good thing. So, and of course in Israel you get asked a bunch of questions in security before you buy a human. Yeah, and people don't really. I don't think people try to commit terrorist attacks in the airport, or get on a plane with a bomb in Israel, because it's less likely to work than elsewhere.
Yes, we've had terror attacks in airports, but it was decades and decades ago, before all the changes in security.
Yeah, and just generally speaking, El Al has is known for its security. El Al also has like, is it defensive like missiles or something on their planes? El Al is
They have a defensive system on the plane. It does not shoot missiles, but it is a protective system.
Yeah, El Al is next level. But generally speaking, even if you fly to Israel with not an Israeli airline, there's more security, because that's who people want to target. Okay, yeah, so there have been missiles to Eilat and Dimona, both intercepted. So yeah, we heard a lot of a lot of people were happy that a couple of missiles a couple of days ago weren't intercepted. That is their goal, but luckily they don't achieve that goal often. Okay. Syrian
5 minutes ago, reports on explosions in Saudi Arabia. More like 8 minutes ago.
And there's also reports from the Syrian army that one of their bases was attacked by missiles fired from Iraq. And the Iraqi army is going after whoever that is. Yeah, and again, from what I see from Iranian officials, they are, standing their ground and demanding compensation from Trump. And look, Trump as a deal maker, you never know what you're going to get there. So it's a concern, but hopefully it's not going to happen. Daniel, can you let us know where we are on the super chat goal? I don't think we're going to go for much longer tonight. Okay. We are 122.52. So yeah, only 27 pounds, 48 pence away from me explaining and saving you all a lot of money, because I know probably most people watching right now are considering a career as professional blackjack players. And so you need this advice. So make sure to get us to that super chat goal so you can really save money with this investment in a super chat, and also make the world a better place by supporting our work. Moody asks, can you shut off their aid? But I haven't been following the conversation. Are you talking about Gaza? I mean, well, we've been calling for shutting off their aid for 2.5 years. Now, Israel officially said they would shut off their aid at the start of the war. And I remember specifically a statement to Egypt: if you send fuel trucks, we will bomb them. So Israel had rhetorically the right approach and dropped it within days because all of Israel's friends who went out of their way to show their support for Israel showed their support by urging restraint and urging defeating of Israel's enemies that had just attacked it and were continuing that war.
And you can read more about this question in my book, Victory Now. It's the movements book, which I run. It's www.victory.now. Just saying, I know it's my closing segment, but the book really does address this question in a very exhaustive way.
Yes. Paul says Yoav Gallant was against aid. They were all against aid. But yeah, if you're a minister in the government, what you say in meetings is great if it passes. If not, you need to decide, okay, can I live with this? And sometimes, yeah, you have to live with it. And I think this is not a thing that it was okay to live with. So it wasn't Yoav. It wasn't just Yoav Gallant. It was all the people who are, sanctioned by different governments, Smotrich and Ben Gvir, and all these people who made statements. So when you say Israel is committing a genocide, and then people are asked for proof, here's statements by Smotrich and Ben Gvir. Well, Smotrich and Ben Gvir gave aid to the Palestinians in Gaza during the war, aid that helped them fight and kill Israelis during the war. Okay, Moody says, Razi, UK doesn't need immigration. It's not so a legitimate government. This is not a part of their. It's not up to them. Okay, if Razi at the Ayn Rand Center UK wants to steal Eyal from the Ayn Rand Center Israel and offers him a lot of money, which I don't have, but super chats and we can talk. Then that's between us. And then the British government can absolutely say we need to look into Eyal, see if there is a reason to keep him out specifically as an individual. What has he done, or any indication that he might do something that would be a danger to anybody? And then, yeah, you can leave him out, but or keep him out. But no, that's not freedom. If government tells me that I can only hire indigenous people or people they've already let in under some or people that meet the criteria of Keir Starmer or whoever is in charge?
Let me put it in more concrete terms. People have right for property. So let's say somebody sells me a property in the UK, or I rent an apartment for him. The state has no right to interfere with our property. This is not the state's responsibility or authority. The state is about protecting people from violence. Their only reason to stop me from entering into my property in whatever state is if I'm risking somebody else's life or property or rights in a way that is objectively provable, or there is an objective threat. Now, political Islam is an objective threat and should be stopped. And also, what's allowing it to happen besides, like, it's not primarily about free immigration, it is primarily about welfare and moral sanction that the Western world gives to political Islam. And political Islam is a movement of jihad, of killing innocents, of forcing everyone to be enslaved to Islam. This is political Islam in a sense. So please don't mix those things. Free immigration is a good thing. People should be free to own and trade property and use it and live in the land they own. It's not the purpose of the government. Having said that, government is also not about looting the successful of its money and giving it to people who want to throw their life away, especially people who want to throw their life away and kill you in the process.
And yeah, this is also a good answer to the point that Shadows makes, which he says, I agree, but then I disagree with what you're saying here. So Shadow says, I agree. For me, it should be based on value alone. If you have some skill, a past work history, and no criminal record, this alone is enough to mitigate 90% of the problems if they vet people. Yeah, I don't think they should vet people. If you have money that you can live off the interest, and you want to, or somebody that will pay for you to sit on your ass and do nothing, that's still not something government should step in, because and also, again, who is going to set those standards? It's going to be politicians, and then politicians are going to debate amongst themselves and win debates by saying, look, I'm going to make it more difficult. Remember, much of the opposition nowadays, people blame immigrants for everything bad that happens under the sun. The OGs of anti-immigration activism were making arguments like British jobs for British workers, which is, there are no British jobs. If the Ayn Rand Center UK is hiring, it's not a British job. It's a job that we have for whoever we want to hire. And you can't tell me where the person who happened to where I can hire from in terms of where people were born. So yeah.
Razi, anything for me before I have to go?
Yes, parting thoughts, and you can always do another plug for the book.
I'm Eyal Reichel. I'm an associate of the Ayn Rand Center Israel. Actually, today, while Razi was telling me that they have achieved the super chat goal, I was in the middle of doing a live stream for Ayn Rand Center Israel, reading ominous parallels, particularly about the founding of the United States of America and how it relates to the Enlightenment and John Locke. Very interesting thing. This is in Ayn Rand Center Israel YouTube channel. You're free to watch it after the stream. We do a lot of things. We also have a website, aynrand.org.il/about, where you can read about us. I'm also running a movement called Victory Now. This is a website, www.victory.now. On this website, you can find the movement's book that I mentioned earlier. It is a moral case for Israel, for the West, a plan for Israel and the West victory against Islamic tyranny, inspired by the Allies fighting in World War II and achieving total victory and total surrender of the enemy, and creating a new peaceful society for the long term. This is a really fun book to read, and it will give you intellectual ammunition in favor of the Western world in the long term. We really need it right now because the Western world is going to really bad places, morally speaking, and also, military strategy. So let's finish the job with evil. Let's do it and live a good, peaceful life. So please, if you're interested, visit www.victory.now. And once again, thank you for everyone who purchased a book, both digitally and a physical copy. It's very, very helpful. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Yar. We will see you hopefully tomorrow. And Daniel, if you want to join me for the last few minutes of the show, I also wanted to show this video that I just sent you. Somebody asked.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, Yar. We'll see you tomorrow. Somebody asked if we had the "Don't Be a Retard" segment, and there's that video that I saw, and I was like, I spent minutes during this stream. Sorry, people, but I thought it was important. Wait with that one. To try to find it, and I can't find it, but it was definitely a worthy one. So I'm gonna try to look for it later. Hopefully, we'll have it for tomorrow. People aren't really being retards, which is a good thing. The best thing, basically, that segment, first of all, can be expanded from just people taking videos of missiles landing very close to them to a bunch of things people do. But ultimately, if we're gonna sort of describe what we do here from the negative, I would say "Don't Be a Retard" is pretty much the mission of this channel and what we want to make the world into. So this is actually, I don't know if these people had a siren and were out, but this is one of the videos. I believe it's one of the videos of a missile being intercepted in space. Yeah, the person who took the video put his name on it, so he is proud. And I don't know if he should be, because I don't know if there was a siren. But Robin says there was no sound. Yes, much like gravity, there is no sound in space. So that is not a scientific fact. People don't go to Candace and tell her that she has another fellow traveler here. Daniel. Yeah. All right. Daniel, parting thoughts. Parting thoughts.
Contrary to popular beliefs, there is gravity in space.
And sound. All right. Moody is saving money by not gambling. That is a good thing to do. But playing card games for fun and playing card games for fun at a casino, if this is money that is your entertainment budget and not your life budget, is not necessarily a bad thing. If you enjoy it, if you don't, it's a waste of money. If you think you can be a card counter, don't do it. Unfortunately, I can't elaborate on that because it is a super chat goal. We will put it as a super chat goal for some time in the future. I think maybe people were not interested in the wrestling talk, and maybe that is part of why we didn't get to the second super chat goal. And again, Kirk and I can most likely we've been live for 4 hours and 38 minutes. I think if it was just Kirk and me this whole time, just talking about wrestling, we could do it, but that is not going to be interesting to most people here, and that's not what this content is about. So yeah. But yeah, the Blackjack advice is still good and will be put in a future super chat goal. Daniel, was that your parting thoughts or anything else you want to add, and where can people find you?
Well, technically there is, or there isn't like sound in space. It's like sound is just vibrations that are going through the air. So in space there's obviously no air, so therefore no medium to go vibrations from through.
I can prove it! I can prove it!
Woody says we still see many YouTube adverts asking for aid for starving. Not on this show, right? Daniel, ads?
What? Well, I mean, not as of right now, because there are no ads.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if there's anything we can do to change that. If we can, Daniel will try. If not, all the more reason to get to the super chat goal as soon as possible. And yeah, in either case, it's been a good day for us super chat wise. So
I mean, it's a good thing.
appreciate it.
They're wasting money. We are getting money for them advertising it, and they're wasting it because they're not getting anything out of it.
Yeah, people don't give to Palestinian causes. They don't need it, and they will not use it for good. They will use it for evil. Okay, yeah. Thanks again to everybody who participated in the super chats today. Very good super chat day for us. Thanks for everybody who watched the show. Thanks to everybody who liked. We are only at 82 likes, so my goal of getting to at least 100 likes during the live stream, we haven't reached that, but we reached a super chat goal. So one is better than none. And yeah, people like the show, share, subscribe. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks to Yal and Kirk and Stuart and Manik Govinda and everybody who joined today. Thanks to everybody who watched. Moody, we can continue the immigration conversation tomorrow because it is, and any other day, because it is an interesting topic. We are here for many hours a day. Not as many in the recent days, in large part because of me not being 100% healthy, but that will be that'll be will fix itself hopefully at some point soon. But we will be back here tomorrow for as many hours as we can, as we will continue to do every day until the total victory. We'll see you tomorrow.